I'm ready whenever you are.
Good evening. This is the meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission, sitting as the Community Development Agency, Thursday, December 8, 2022 at 4:30. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and we will open this meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance led by the Mayor.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the first item we have on the agenda is approval of the minutes of October 27, 2022 and November 10, 2022 special meetings.
It's the 17th.
17th?
It is, yes, it didn't, I'm sorry.
It's okay, you don't have to be sorry. It's no problem. I got commissioners correcting me.
Coming from everywhere, believe me.
Okay, has everyone had an opportunity to review the minutes? To have approval of the minutes? And open it for the public. Any comments on the minutes from the last meetings on the CRA? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Make a motion. Oops.
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we approve the minutes of October 27 and November 17th.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Okay, the next items, let's make sure I got the right agenda here. Okay, is approval of the 2023 CRA meeting schedule. Comments?
No.
CRA Director? Okay, do I have a motion?
Open to the public.
Oh, that's right. The public's going to have to approve this one too, don't they? Any comments from the public on item number 4, which is approval of CRA meeting schedule? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission.
I'll make a motion to approve the 2023 CRA meeting schedule.
I'll second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Next item is approval of a small, redevelopment grant application for 111 South 5th Street. And our director is on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This property is the property owner's planning on installing decorative pavers around the front of the building, specifically in the driveway, which right now is basically a dirt and grass driveway, moving the pavers, as I showed in my attachment. She's going to move the pavers over closer to the back door where the porch is, and then around the porch. She's going to take those plantings out and put pavers in there, and then put plantings in front. But she's not asking for money on the plantings, it's just the pavers that she's asking for. I think this meets the criteria, and I recommend it.
Okay, commissioners, do you have any comments?
It's going to look nice.
It's going to look nice. Okay. Okay, we'll open this item up for public comment. Anyone would like to speak on this item, please come forward. Give us your name and address. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the commission.
Motion to approve the small redevelopment grant for 111 South 5th Street.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Excuse me. Penny, going to do a roll or just want to go ahead and do a roll call?
It's up to you.
Let's just do a roll call.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Chair Bryan?
Yes. And the motion carries unanimously. Move on to the next item, which is approval to small redevelopment grant application for 401 North Ocean Shore Boulevard.
This grant is for those of you that don't know what the address is. It's Sally's Ice Cream. They're under new ownership. They are wanting to replace 2 of the windows up front with hurricane-proof windows and actually making them look nicer with a nice trim around them. And then on the side where you've got several tables. They're going to replace that one, but they're also going to enlarge it. According to the diagrams that I attached, as you can see, the windows on top, and they're going to come further down to where that seat is, and make it bigger. And they're also going to add a countertop so that they've got an additional area to be able to serve the public. The same thing with the one on the south side. Right now, it does not have a counter. They will be adding a counter to that one as well. So it meets the criteria, and I recommend approval.
Okay, any discussion, commissioners?
The only call out I had, the windows, I get and understand the additional serving counters and stuff like that. That to me, I don't know if that's really a CRA improvement. What are you thinking there, Karen? Because you're not really changing the facade in any way like the windows are.
Well, you're adding more to it by putting the counter there. It's also going to look better and be more convenient for everyone that's coming. So yes, in the overall scheme of things, it cohesively meets the whole entire area.
What is the material that it's made of? I'm just curious. I mean, it didn't have to be granite or anything. I was just curious.
Oh, you mean as far as the
Yeah,
shelving is
the
concerned?
surface, yeah.
That's going to be wood.
Okay, all right.
I'm sorry. Marble, no.
Okay, any other comments, commissioners? Okay, seeing none, we open it up for public comment. Anyone like to comment on this particular item? Please come forward.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
My name is Patrick. Kim and I are the new proprietors of Sally's Ice Cream over on A1A.
Welcome.
Thank you. Just want to introduce myself.
Did you bring samples?
Karen advised me I had to be
All right.
gentle about that kind of thing.
I did not. I said I would not take it. I can't.
More firm.
Okay, all right.
I also want to say thank you, Karen, for all your help to put this together, and thank you for your consideration.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Y'all got big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
Big cones. Any other comments on this particular item? Seeing none, we bring it back to the commission for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve small redevelopment grant application for 401 North Ocean Shore Boulevard.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes to the motion, and the motion carries unanimously. And next item is approval of a large redevelopment grant application for 301 Moody Boulevard.
Thank you. Let me start by saying that this is the first large one that we are going to even consider. I am very, very excited about this. It's for Sunbros. They are going to transform that building into something completely different. And like I said, I'm excited, very excited about it. The entire amount that they're going to spend on this renovation is about $300,000. And the grant amount is $15,000 for anything above $100,000. So to make a long story short, they're basically going to create a new rooftop with all kinds of, what do you call them, Larry? Parapets, thank you. That's the one word that never comes to me. Decorated parapets. They're going to repaint the building. They're going to replace all of the windows and the door for more hurricane resistant, which makes it more resilient. And the overall look of it is just going to be outrageous. And it's a beginning for a compliment to the new hotel, but also a beginning of an extended area when you come in on South Daytona. There are plans for another business that they will also be renovating, but those will be coming to you probably in January.
Okay. Comments, commissioners?
I just have one question. Leanne and Travis,
Yes.
Do you own the building or do you lease the building?
We own it.
You own it, okay.
Yeah. My brother, which couldn't be here today too, he's in Carolina seeing his new grandson, so.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, because if you leased it, I
No,
just
we
wanted to
wouldn't- we wouldn't be
confirm you.
doing all
Yeah, I
that.
was going to say.
That was my
That's what I
concern.
thought, but I just needed to ask the question.
Somebody else's property.
Yeah. Okay.
This was supposed to be more of a 5-year plan, but the roof's bad shape, and in order to do the roof, you have to take all the air conditioners off, so we figure we're just going to do it all now, so yeah, by February, it should all be done.
Wow.
Commissioner Cooley?
The only comment I had is this is gonna look good. These plans are nice.
Thanks.
And it's almost, it's a very good compliment. Y'all are doing like construction to the hotel, the same
And
style.
that wasn't even planned, that was our vision when we bought the place too, so it works out good with the hotel and everything else that's going on in that area, so.
Is there any chance y'all could do the same thing to that gift shop that's on the corner there?
Want to buy it? I have to echo the commissioner's comments. You guys have done.
I just want to echo what
Incredible.
Karen said,
Yeah.
and I'm excited about this.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great example.
Great, there'd be some unity to the building that hasn't been there before. And like we said, without the hotel coming in, it's going to be good.
Good. I think it's a great step, and hopefully we get some others to do the same. But I know it's a tremendous investment, but, that's the entry to Flagler Beach, and I think it makes a great difference. And I was going to make a comment about sign, but I saw the signage up there because I know that's been kind of challenging for you. So I can see that's going to be able to be incorporated into your renovation as well, so to be able to visually see your business.
We'll just have to eat there more often so he can build up his bank account.
And we need that for Gateway Properties.
Yes, absolutely.
That's a real good facelift for there.
Okay, we'll open this up for public comment. If anyone would like to come forward.
I'm sorry.
No, I thought you had a comment.
No.
Okay, all
I
right.
was trying to explain where Sunrose is.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's no problem. I was just holding up. I thought maybe you wanted to come forward and make a comment, but if not, we'll bring it back to the commission for motion.
Motion to approve the large redevelopment grant for 301 Moody Boulevard.
I'll second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes, and the motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. Looking forward to it. Next item we have is approval of agreement between the City of Flagler Beach and Flagler Beach Redevelopment Agency for Public Safety Services. Discussion?
As you're aware, in a previous meeting, we had discussed what things that the CRA could do and could not do. One of them is to actually put in place innovative police strategies within the CRA. And policing within the CRA is completely different than policing anywhere else. The crimes or the necessities that are there for police officers are different than in other areas within the city. We can contract with the city, the CRA board, and the city commission can go into an agreement to provide those police services, and this is exactly what this agreement is, and I'll leave it to Drew to continue on unless I've...
Fine introduction of it. If there's questions, we can answer those, but this is just in line with the discussion we had at the last CRA meeting with the agreement that would put that into place. And the only comment that I needed to add to what Karen said is keep this handy when we get to commission meeting later, because it's not on your commission agenda, but I'm going to ask you when you're sitting as commission to approve it too when we get to my staff.
It is on the agenda.
Oh, is it on the agenda?
Yeah.
I missed it when I was going over.
It's in the consent, isn't it?
Oh, okay. Then that's it then. Okay, so then you're good. That was it.
I do have.
Go ahead, sure.
I'm in favor of doing this, that some of the wording threw me. On the second page, on the first line, it says the CRA agrees to fund the cost of the law enforcement services budget as needed. Who determines when it's needed?
It's actually in the amount needed. That's really what the intent is.
Well, that's the as needed is correct. So it would be when you get to number 5, no. 3 sets out what you're actually paying for. So you have anything other than payroll and benefits, it would be detailed invoice from the city to CRA.
So this officer is going to be there full-time?
The two things, if you look at three, if you go through three, there's two things going on. One, payroll and benefits, non-payroll and benefits is going to be invoiced to the CRA. So it would be, city has to send to CRA for things other than payroll and benefits. These are the things we needed for our, what's the term I'm looking for, Karen? Innovative policing solutions within the CRA. This is what we needed. It will go to CRA director, who would then authorize that budget expenditure. And then for payroll and benefits, it's just going to be picked up in your payroll coding. So if the officer is working in the CRA, whatever hours he's in the CRA, he's going to identify, that's going to get put into your payroll system, and it will be a direct payment of payroll through your payroll processing system.
To answer your question a little bit better, I think, and no offense, but the plan is to have somebody full-time.
Okay.
It will be up to the chief how he schedules them, and that kind of thing. And if the chief and I feel that maybe full-time is a little bit too much, we may revisit it. That's why it's set from time to time. But the idea is to have somebody there full-time handling CRA issues and CRA issues only.
Okay. And then the last line of number 5, these are all lovely terms that mean nothing to me. Reports shall include community focus efforts, location, I know what that means, outcome and forward-looking strategy. Can you make that into English for me?
So what I'm envisioning with that is something that you or I could look at, that is a report designed for a non-police officer, for a layperson to look at and say, okay, this is how this is heightened, this is how this is the innovative policing solution. It's not just showing up, responding to a call, normal police reporting. This is broader, and you're right, it's buzzwords.
I don't know what it means.
Well, it's more proactive, if I may, Drew.
Go ahead.
And when I was CRA director in Panama City, we actually employed about 7 police officers. We had 4 different CRAs. So this is very good technique, and it's really, getting out there and talking to people, meeting the owners of the shops, checking the doors. And a lot of times, not all the time, but a lot of times police work is more reactive as opposed to proactive, going out and kind of walking the beat and being there. So this is designed to be kind of more of that hands-on focus effort as opposed to going on a call when something's already happened.
So it's community policing?
It's fuzzier. It's fuzzy, and I'm sorry the words are fuzzy, but they're fuzzy because they're describing a fuzzy concept, I guess, as I sit here and I try to think about it. So if you look at a standard police report right now, it's very practical, A, B, C, D. And this is trying to move beyond that.
Okay.
It is making it more gentle. It is that, yeah, a little bit of community policing, but I think Chief already focuses on that everywhere, but in the reporting of it. This is what was going on and kind of detailing specifically the community-oriented issues going on when they have to respond or when they just have to intervene or when they just show up to help, with something. Okay. It is to instead of just being that very practical, efficient police speak, a little bit more broad prose report, so that Karen can look at it and say, okay, this is what we as a CRA need to do. That's really the point of number 5, is for CRA director to say, is this working?
Okay. And I don't know if this is a question for the chief or not. Will there be reporting, like we get these reports every meeting from the police chief and other department heads? Will there be regular reporting so we'll know? Or will it come under CRA?
Yes, there'll be a weekly report submitted by the Community Redevelopment Officer. And, while I may be the face of the agency, that officer is going to be the face of the CRA. It goes back to grassroots policing. You remember the old cop that walked the beat? Officer O'Leary, whoever you remember, that's your CRA officer. When he walks into Odom's to talk to Judy, he ought to know that she's the owner of Odom's. When he walks into the post office, he ought to know. When he wants avocado toast, he's going to Sunbros.
And what time he was going to sell
I didn't get to be 215 pounds because I don't eat avocado toast. But the weekly report will include the business owners that that officer has made contact with on a daily basis. So when it comes to First Friday, that CRA officer will be the law enforcement face of First Friday. Why? It's in the CRA. The commission chambers are in the CRA. So there will be days when we have commission meetings where I may not be here till 10 o'clock, but that officer will be here. Why? Meetings in 2022 and 2023, now in my estimation for the safety of all involved, require armed law enforcement. Why? It is what it is. Does it make you feel safer to have me in the back with a gun? Now you have somebody that you also know as a CRA officer. Can they walk? Yes. Can they ride bicycles? Yes. Should they be out and about? You should know that officer by face and by name. That's Officer Maria Guerrero. That's Sean Nobre, whoever, in the CRA. The CRA, if you think about it, is a little city inside a city. Now, if there's an emergency situation and that officer needs to go out and render assistance, as soon as they're done, they have to come back. But they can hold community meetings, they can hold crime prevention meetings, they can go to sea cottages and participate in an HOA meeting. It's just a little bit different than what we're doing right now.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay?
Chief, quick question. Sorry. This officer will work what days and what hours?
We haven't really determined it, but all of our officers work 84 hours, so they'll probably stay on a 12-hour shift, which is consistent with everybody else. Detective Vinci works 84 hours, the patrol officers work 84 hours, so they'll work an 84-hour schedule. Hours to be determined, because there's nothing that says that they have to work, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. If they want to work 3 in the afternoon till 3 in the morning because they want to go out and check businesses at 3 o'clock in the morning and put courtesy cards that they check businesses in the CRA, then that's what they'll do. That'll be open to, what myself and Captain Blanchett and what Karen determines, the CRA needs at the time, and Mr. Whitson. So it's not a Monday through Friday, just you come in at 7 o'clock and you go home at 3 o'clock job. That's not what it takes.
Okay, good.
I have a question for Chief Lies up here. So this is a unexpected addition to your command structure and everything. I mean, how do you feel about that?
It's not an addition to the command structure. It's just an addition to, if there's an incident that happens in the CRA officer will handle it. So it's just an additional resource that we have at our disposal, and I think will take some of the burden off the taxpayers because it's coming out of CRA funds. So I think it's a big win for us. We had it in Daytona when I was there. They worked on bicycles down off of Beach Street. Big presence. You could see them because they're pedaling everywhere, just like I was pedaling on Saturday.
Sounds good.
And to your question, Commissioner Mealy, they will do a daily report, and then that will be included in the weekly report.
Okay.
How many citations did they write? How many contacts did they make? What meetings did they attend? Basically, for the CRA reporting, what bang are you getting for your buck?
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes. Sure. A couple other questions. Karen, for you. So all the other costs, you have the labor and everything, but all the equipment, the benefits, is any of this going to impact general fund at all?
No.
So all equipment, everything?
Yes, sir.
And are they going to have a cruiser as well?
If that's what Chief deems, yes, it's available. And we will be leasing that from them. And that's part of the cost that they will be charging us for. So when I get an invoice on a quarterly basis, if he's used the vehicle, I will have backup as to when he or she used it, how much fuel, mileage, the whole bit, and why it was used. I mean, if he's or she are on a bicycle, I'll pay for the bicycle, but there's nothing else to pay for. You follow what I'm saying?
As far as capital purchases, we're not going out and buying a $70,000 cruiser or anything?
No, we are not.
Okay. Just wanted to, because if we were needing any type of cruiser, I would just hope we're looking at, since this is locked in a CRA, that we look at something economical, at least more than SUV, because of the short distance. I know we want to have that officer be able to perform all functions, but I'm also looking at utilization rate and all. But the bike idea sounds phenomenal.
So they're just going to use whatever cars are available?
Yes, ma'am.
Not a golf cart.
And just for clarification, and again, this is an accounting thing, but just in case you're curious, I know that there's a specific fund that is replenished every year so that there's replacements of vehicles, per se, say 2 vehicles a year or whatever. Whatever's charged to the CRA for the use of one of those vehicles, I would recommend, and of course it's up to the city manager, but I would think that it would go into that fund so that you can have money in that fund to replenish a vehicle if necessary. You follow what I'm saying? To augment it is what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other comments, commissioners? If not, we'd open up for public comment. Okay, seeing no comments, we'll bring it back to the commission.
Motion to approve the agreement between the City of Flagler Beach and the Flagler Beach Redevelopment Agency for Public Safety Services.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Cooley,
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips,
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy,
Yes.
Chair Bryan,
Yes, and the motion carries. Okay, the next item we have is a review of the plans of 208 North Daytona.
This particular property is not within the CRA, but it's actually surrounded by the CRA. And in an effort to make sure that there's cohesiveness and good transition from the CRA standards to regular standards, we like to actually be a partner with the planner to take a look at this and see what they're actually planning to build. As the CRA is concerned, you don't have the authority to say yay or nay, but you do have the authority to make suggestions when this goes to the planning board. The planner and I have looked at this. You are shown elevations. There are a few things that the planner and I both agree need to be tweaked, but overall it meets pretty much the entire CRA's guidelines, and I think it's a good project, but I just wanted to make sure that y'all were aware of this and that this was brought to you so that you have an FYI that this is happening.
Okay. Comments?
I just think it's going to be a vast improvement. I went and looked at the property and I think it's going to be a big improvement.
Mr. Cooley.
For consistency, I think we need to look at that roof line because the hotel, Sunbros, all these folks we just need to be consistent. We're having folks add architectural elements to that roof line. What was that word? Parapets. If we're going to make one business do it, we should make all of them do it.
Again, it's not in the CRA, so you don't have the authority to say that they have to, but that suggestion will go to the PAR board and they will take that into consideration as well. I know, like I said, that the planner and I have sat down with them and talked to them about a couple of other things, little things, but just the idea that this is happening, I felt you needed to know and to know what was coming in.
This comes to commission anyways, right?
Eventually, yeah.
Commissioner Sherman. Oh, I thought you. Okay. Any other comments? If not, we'll open this up for public comment. Anyone wishing to make comment on this particular item, please come forward. Seeing none, we bring it back to commission for a vote.
We don't do anything.
I'm sorry. There's not a vote on this one.
There's no action.
There's no action on this one. Okay, the next item. Number 10, approval of a large redevelopment grant at 509 North Ocean Shore Boulevard.
Ta-da, ta-da. Second large one. And it's another one that I'm really excited about. I know that particular location, it's next to the Golden Lion. When I was here before, it was the Car Quest, and I remember what that looked like. It is my understanding that it has been a restaurant twice since then. But the owners of the Golden Lion have decided they bought the place. You all saw their site plan. approved it. It's phenomenal. And I was not aware that they were planning on actually opening by the first week of February and all construction to be completed by the second week in January. So I'm really excited. What they're asking for help with is the outside. If you remember, they were going to put a pergola out there that would be covered, and some plantings and, just beautification outside, and of course the signage. So this is what they're asking for help with. This particular portion of their $1.6 million investment is $127,000. And the grant is $15,000. So I'm recommending that we do this. This is going to be a huge addition on A1A. I can't wait till it opens, to be honest. So.
I think it's going to be very nice. I took a tour of it a couple of months ago when they were first. It was amazing, what they have planned. So
Yeah.
I think we're all very anxious.
Needed a lot of help, that building.
It's a complete redo, complete gut and redo. Unbelievable.
Commissioners, any other comments?
And I just love, it has nothing to do with this, but I just love that they're bringing their employees from the Green Line.
Yes, they are.
Nobody lost their job. I really like that.
Yes, they are.
Because I love the employees at the Green Line, along with the food.
Mr. Cooley.
What I would like to do is just make sure we stay in line and be consistent, like with our neighbors in Palm Coast, and needlessly give them a hard time about it. I think that would be a good idea. No, this looks good.
Any other comments?
Now, they must have felt comfortable because they didn't bring Mayor Linda with them.
Okay, we have any other comments? Comments from the public, please. Seeing none, we bring back to the commission.
Motion to approve the large redevelopment grant for 509 North Ocean Shore.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Chair Bryan?
Yes, and the motion carries unanimously, and the item is request approval of special meeting of January 26, 2022.
I meant 2023, I'm sorry, typo.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even catch it.
Oh, Jane didn't catch
I
it.
didn't catch it.
As I mentioned earlier, there's another business that is going to completely redevelop right on Central Avenue, South Central. And I want to bring that to you because they want to be able to start construction March. So, and it does have to go to the par board. So I would like to do this in January, and so that it can go to the par board and then to y'all, and they can start construction in March.
Okay, any discussion, commissioners?
I meant Daytona.
I was.
Yeah, you were making it. I meant Daytona.
Okay, we have a consensus on that?
Yeah.
Okay. That one is approved, Kathy. Karen. Okay, CRA Director updates.
Okay.
Okay, I found this on the web for director updates.
That was that other name that you called.
I apologize.
I like that voice better than mine. Anyway.
First.
For the public's benefit, I would like to let everybody know that for fiscal year 2022 to 23, not counting the grants that you approved today, it's grants from October 1 through now, we have actually approved $12,985.27 worth of grants. We have $30,000 left over, and of course I'll have to take off the two that you approved today, but we're doing good. We're doing very well. Again, like I said, more grant applications are soaring in, and the planned large ones really excite me. They really excite me because they really make a very, very big difference. FERDAP, I actually but I got an email from them today. And they have not made a decision yet. They asked me to check back in 2 more weeks. That's for the Wickline Park playground. I am starting to work on the CRA annual report. That is due in March. The city manager and myself have been discussing at a later date next year, after the first of the year, we will be sitting down with Vern and discussing a new contract with him for First Fridays. But for now, we're good. I mean, there's no rush in it, but we're just letting you know that we're doing it. And I was pleasantly surprised by a telephone call I had today. It appears that we may have a sponsor to help with the historical plaques. As you know, I can pay for those in the CRA, but I can't pay for those outside. So if this works out and, they wanted to go to their board of directors before they, allowed us to make an announcement if they did decide to do it. But I think it's a neat idea, and hopefully they will, and that would help with whatever plaques need to be put on properties outside of the CRA. So I just wanted to let you know that that's a possibility.
Is that in line with some of the things we were talking about earlier as far as historic designations and looking around?
Just the historic plaques, yes. Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Sherman, I think you have a question.
Yeah, Karen, I just had one question that I forgot to ask you earlier. You said we have more large projects coming. I thought I read somewhere we're limited to approving 2 per year.
We're hoping that we can amend the budget to do that
Okay.
because of the amount of money that needs to come out of it.
Okay.
Again, I have not been able to sit down and work that through, but sometime in January, you should be hearing about it.
Thank you.
Mm.
Okay, complete with your report?
I'm sorry?
Are you finished or you have more?
Oh, I'm done.
I'd like to commend you because I think we all like what we see around the city. There are a lot of improvements and a lot of things really, the city's really starting to brighten up, and it's been a long time. It's been a long time coming. So, I mean, it's been a process, but we're getting there, and little by little, we're starting to look good. And I think one of the things we talked about doing our strategic plan and all is, what do we want Flagler Beach to look like, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, this kind of thing here. So I think we're starting to get a vision of what we want Flagler Beach to look like. It can still be kind of quaint and old Flagler Beach, but it also looks classy and, and inviting.
That master plan really hit the nail.
So anyway, thanks a lot. Any other comments?
So,
Commissioner?
yeah, along those lines.
Sure.
We had talked about, and I know I'm going to get in trouble for bringing this up, the shops that make the town look a little flea market-y. We talked about increasing code enforcement. And I saw a wonderful report from our code enforcement officer, but I didn't see anything about speaking to those people.
Yeah, Drew and I had a little conversation before this meeting, and that's definitely on the list.
And over the past 6 weeks, I've had multiple conversations with Karen and John, so it's in process.
Okay, good. Didn't want it to go away.
Yeah, no, it's definitely in process.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, we're spending all this money and people are putting all this effort into improving their properties.
Well, and just from a business owner aspect, I totally agree with enforcing what's on the books. It makes it a level playing field for everybody. Mm-hmm. I don't want another business out there doing things they're not allowed to do to get an unfair market advantage. So that's something that everybody, I think, can get behind.
And here again, I think, earlier in the year, I mean, it's been a while, we've talked about enforcement and with what we currently have, the rules and this kind of thing here. And in the past, we really haven't had the manpower to do that. And I think it's coming to fruition now that those kinds of things are occurring. Any other discussions? If not, I call for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. We are adjourned until 5:30 for the regular commission meeting.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Karen, for all you do. It's 5:30.
5:30. Good evening, everyone. This is the minute regular meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission Thursday, December 8, 2022 at 5:30. And all items will be continued until they're complete. I'd like to call the meeting to order. And now I'd like to have one of our famous veterans come forward to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And following the Pledge of Allegiance, we'll have a moment of silence to remember our first responders and our members of our armed forces. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, our mayor now has some proclamations and awards.
All right, tonight we have some certificates of recognition, and Rob Smith, is he here? Well, I think if he's on a cruise ship, we should all be on a cruise ship. Are any of the rest of his guys here? David Holloman, Luis Rodriguez, Russell Banks, any of them? Nope. Just double go check. Well, we all know how I feel about the sanitation department, and the rest of the commission feels about the sanitation department, and the residents feel about the sanitation department. They have been working their tails off, is absolutely correct. This group of employees have really worked tirelessly cleaning up the city from back-to-back hurricanes, and we have a certificate of recognition of the outstanding response, organization, and execution of the cleanup in the city of Flagler Beach following Hurricane Ian. And we printed these, and we need to almost revise them, because it needs to say following Hurricane Ian and Nicole. Back-to-back hurricanes is excruciating on our residents and also on the different departments. And Rob Smith's sanitation department did a phenomenal job throughout our city, and we just want to commend them. So thank you. And next. And they are a hoot to be around. They are just wonderful. And next we have William. I don't know.
I'll do this one.
Okay.
I'm doing the next.
Is Lou DeFazio here? He was here.
He went out, he's kind of shy.
Are you kidding me? Where is he?
I'll accept it for him if you.
Okay, you can just go ahead and read it then.
Okay. I hope when he comes back in, we'll give him all a standing ovation. Lou DeFazio, in recognition of his help over the many years at the City of Flagler Beach Fishing Pier. So we thank him for all of his years of service and all of his wonderful conversations that he's had with all of us here at the city and all of the residents, and really sharing his heart of Flagler Beach. Now, would you like to come forward and accept it for him?
I see him most mornings when I work, so. He's
Why
kind
don't
of
why don't you tell us what Lou does in the mornings?
Well, Lou comes in, usually I'm getting here 10 to 6, and Lou is there emptying garbage cans off the pier, and as he likes to call himself, he's a garbologist, you know, and he does many things for us. I'm just sorry he I tried to get him to stay in, but he had his girlfriend outside and he left. I'm sorry. But thank you. It's well deserved.
Okay, thank you. And many times I've been over there also, and sometimes you guys know I'm over there just kind of hanging out because I'm a fishing guy and I like talking to these guys and smelling bait. But anyway, what we thought was appropriate is that, he says, I don't really want anything in recognition. So one of the things we decided to do was to actually provide a shirt for Lou. And this is what it is. It's actually a shirt here that has the city's logo on it, and it also has volunteer on it. So that was one of the things that we wanted to do for Lou, because he's very dedicated. Not only does he hang out at the pier, but he goes on the other side of the bridge and he cleans up all the garbage cans and things right under the bridge where people are fishing and things of that nature. And we're not just singling him out because he's the only one in the city that does that, because we have a lot of folks in the city that does volunteer things. This past weekend, there was a gentleman out there on the center of the island with traffic going both ways, cleaning up out there and putting trash and debris in a plastic bag. And he had asked me about it, and I said, I can't give you permission to do this. I said, I really can't. I said, and he said, well, it's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is for permission. So he was out there doing it on his own. I'm looking at a gentleman here with the tie-dye shirt, and I see him all over town doing all kinds of things as far as cleaning up the city as well. So this is a shirt just to recognize Lou, because I personally know him, and I told him I'd do something for him, through the city, and that's what we've done. But here again, I'd like to commend everyone that actually volunteers and do all kinds of things around the city, and they don't get recognition on it. They don't ask for it, but they just love our city. So in that regard, I'd just like to give a round of applause for all the volunteers that we have that come out to help our city. Okay, and tell Lou we said thanks. Okay, Mr. Whitson, you're on next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Madam Mayor, I'd like to make amends a little bit for Rob. He booked a cruise over a year ago, and he felt so guilty about even going, and was having a lot of reservations about it. But I said, look, man, go. You've earned it. And so that's why he wasn't here tonight. But I'm sure we can make amends and bring him back at another meeting for his certificate.
Absolutely.
Okay, so as you all know, I'm very, very, very proud of the city team and the city employees, and there are lots of them that step up in a major way. And I guess this should be called T-shirt night, because I have some T-shirts at the house. I've got busy and left them, but I've actually got a little printout here of what the T-shirts look like. And I would like for Vinny, again, come forward. I'm going to get you the real T-shirts. But I'm giving those to you because you've done a super job. They got the bridge lights on. I was so worried about how we done, what contractors and licenses, I was all in there doing that. And they said, well, we'll trouble check it for you. And they did it 2 or 3 times, and by golly, on the 3rd try, here we go. So thank you very much for what you do, and all the pedestrians and people that go across that bridge, are lit up tonight thanks to you. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I say thank you.
Now, I know you will
Okay, that concludes our proclamations and certificates for this evening. Okay, the next item we have is number 4, is intergovernmental updates. Update regarding the dune restoration, and Mr. Al Hadid, who's been sticking with this for some time and letting us know where we are. We're anxious to know where we are.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The reason I'm sitting here is I'm going to use that PowerPoint, and it shows up better when I'm closer with the device than at a distance, so I'll get to that in a moment. As you all probably are aware, we ran into a very unusual situation in that the two remnants that we have been negotiating for in various ways, which, by the way, I'm not, just so people know, I'm not by statute, I am prohibited by statute from discussing the content of those negotiations. But in any event, the fact that the negotiations are going on, that's not confidential. There's a portion of the eminent domain law which requires us to do that, and to do so in good faith, which we, as you all know from my various reports, we've been doing that in earnest. And we learned just very shortly, just very short time ago, that the two remnants had not been identified on her, on the individual that from whom we're seeking the rights to the land. She had not identified them in her bankruptcy petition. She's had a bankruptcy petition pending since October of 2019, so it's been over 3 years, and over the course of that, those properties were not identified. Now, just to clear up some people's confusion about that, if we had concluded an easement with her over the two properties, that would not have posed a problem in the bankruptcy court, because what creates the problem is when you convey, that is, you sell the property to somebody without having disclosed it to the bankruptcy trustee, to the creditors. That creates a problem for the person who buys the property because they don't have good title to it. And those who are realtors within the community, or real estate lawyers, et cetera, people who deal with property, are aware that that's a very complicating event after you've already paid the money to the bankruptcy debtor independent of the bankruptcy proceedings. So that I mean, there's all kinds of ramifications to that. The creditors don't get the proper amount of money and so forth. But more importantly for us, attempting to acquire those properties, it produced a very serious obstacle. If we had, shall we say, innocently, let's just do a hypothetical. If we had innocently purchased those, let's say we purchased the fee simple interest, that is the entire ownership of the two remnants, and we submitted it to the Army Corps of Engineers to get our project going, and then it was learned that these should have been identified, it would have flawed our submittal to the Army Corps, because we are required, the county does it through me, I have to certify that we have secured good and legal and proper title to the properties that give the Army Corps unquestioned permission to conduct the project. And obviously that would not have been the case had it happened. So we were, in one sense, fortunate to discover it, and somewhat our good fortune that I was able to very quickly engage Scott Spradley, whose expertise is in bankruptcy. I don't know if you all are aware about that. He's an expert in bankruptcy law, well regarded by our local bankruptcy court. And so I was very fortunate to be able to reach him very early Saturday morning when I wanted to verify what I had ascertained the previous night. And he was able to get right on it. I provided notice to the Eminent Domain Council Saturday and said, look, we've just stumbled into this. This is a serious issue, and we need to address it. I prefer to address it collaboratively. Please call me just as soon as you can. I also sent him a text that I had sent that email. This was by email. I sent him an email, and it was after Mr. Spradley had analyzed the file, performed the legal research. There are a lot of docket entries under this bankruptcy because it's been pending for about 3 years. And he went through that and gave me a very succinct report, which, in the interest or to respect the eminent domain lawyer, I advised him of what Mr. Spradley's findings were, to let him know fully that how problematic this was going to be. Subsequently, and also Mr. Spradley contacted the bankruptcy attorney for this property owner that we're discussing, and he knew that bankruptcy attorney and was able to reach her on Sunday and acquaint her with that problem. And we attempted to work our way out of this so that we could quickly conclude it without any risks. And they just, in our view, Mr. Spradley and mine, did not adequately respond to meet our needs. They did file a disclosure. They immediately amended, well, I wouldn't say immediately, they amended the schedule yesterday. And the interesting aspect of that, which you as elected officials might be particularly interested in, is that in filling out the bankruptcy schedule, the person, the owner, the debtor, has to assign a value to those remnants. So a person in the bankruptcy world is going to want to tend naturally, I'm not talking about this owner, but just think in the natural motivations of people, somebody who's declaring bankruptcy for real property is going to want to put the value as low as possible, right? As low as possible, so that when the bankruptcy's over, they've got the property, they paid the value, whatever that value amount is, and it's gone to the creditors, and they get that property back and they can sell it or do whatever they wish for it. But if you're in an eminent domain proceeding and the government wants the property, what is that person going to say about the value? The person's going to want to maximize the dollar, so it is this tension between these two objectives. And that obviously, creates a totally independent problem of just having to go through the disclosure. So they did not, that is, the two attorneys were not permitted to talk to the property owner directly. We jointly concluded, we worked together to conclude that they had not adequately responded. And so and I think you were furnished that, we gave them a deadline. They didn't meet the deadline. We actually gave them a little bit more time after the deadline. And we went ahead and notified them, and we filed a motion to essentially rescind any discharging of her bankruptcy, to convert it to a liquidation proceeding, a Chapter 7 under the bankruptcy code, which puts those properties in the bankruptcy estate where they should be, and gives the bankruptcy court control over the real property, including liquidating and selling the property for the benefit of the creditors. So that motion was filed late, and we intend to pursue that quite aggressively to acquire those interests as quickly as we can. Now, I want to turn to this because I know everybody in this room understands the erosion, what has occurred, and so forth. But this is a way to gain, if you haven't seen or aware, some greater understanding of what, I guess it's not getting picked up, what the county did in relationship to these properties to get them to a stage where we could present them to the Army Corps and to negotiate and get an appraisal. So what you're looking there, obviously, and we used drones, we used our IT department, and we had a surveyor. Okay, so you are looking at the property that is in the South 2400 block. And you can see the address up there, and that green is not doing too well on that screen, is it?
That LED.
Huh?
Doesn't like the LED screen.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to try to describe it so you know what you're looking at. You see the purple lines that are superimposed there on the sand. Those are actually drawn there based on the, thank you, that are actually based on the survey.
And I know you can't see them, but there are these little flags. You look at them and they look like they've been drawn on there. They are, but those are the real flags, not the way they looked, but they made those images so that the individual would know that this is a very detailed flagged lot, flagged parcel. And as you can see, part of it is underwater. You also can tell, if you look at the very top of that, you'll see a motor vehicle and that property, and then you look to the left, if you recognize it, that's the beachfront grill. And that is their parking lot that you're looking at across from this. So this property, market-wise, won't have the value because it's not like the property across the street can be purchased as a home site and then now have a beachfront view. It just doesn't carry the normal market value. And I'm not just saying this as, Al Hadid. I'm sure you all know that I consult whenever I can or need to with experts. I've talked to a number of realtors who said that because of this situation, this is what's called a standalone easement or a standalone dune remnant, because the other side is not matched with the same ownership. So it's a standalone. And the properties, just so you know, the properties to the north, about, I'm going to say 5 or 6 of them consecutively, they continue to own their remnants across the street. So they would not be motivated to buy this one in order to put a walkover that they would then cross the street and be able to access and use for their personal use. So this is a standalone. I'm going to give you another image of it. By the way, this image that you're seeing was approximately in February 2022. No, February. Anyway, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure now about that date, but we were out there doing that. Okay, that's the same one. You can see it from this view, sort of on top. You can see that there's an immediate downslope there. Hopefully you can see that elevation change, how it scarfs down. Now, everything you see to the right of the purple line, to the right all the way to the roadway, that is owned by DOT, and that is the dune. Okay, that's the dune crest. That is what protects A1A. The dune, its survivability is based on the amount of sand and how that slope down to the ocean is engineered. So that is going to be the area of work where there'd be a substantial addition of sand engineered, and that sand will be deposited, by the way, out into the near shore. So it's going to be out there so as to provide for plenty of sacrificial sand to mitigate or nub against the force of these storm waves. Okay, now we're looking at it from another, I'm sorry. So now this is the other remnant. And you'll notice, you'll see to the left, you'll see the right-of-way, you'll see the dune crest, you'll see the no parking sign. That's a no parking sign there. And this is the remnant that is across from the owner's residence. And same markings, you can see how it's outlined. It's on the downslope. You can tell it already is a weakened, dune system there. Okay, that is another view. That's sort of the head-on. That's looking west, so you can see how it sits. Okay, now we're going to go into the post-storm, post-Nicole circumstance. This is a view of that standalone remnant that I first discussed, and you can see just how badly it's been degraded as a consequence of probably Ian and then compounded by Nicole. This is another view. As you can see, you can look up, you can see the parking lot, you can see that little white, what is it, polyethylene or whatever fencing that they've used to separate. You can see how deteriorated that dune is. That, by the way, that cabbage palm remnant, as some of you know, I go through that Army Corps project area many times. That cabbage palm did not come from our Army Corps project area. I don't know where it came from, but that's where it came to lodge. Now, this is what I would call the remnant that's associated with the homestead. You're looking at it from the beach. You can see how severely eroded and impacted it is. I mean, that is, to me, a very descriptive photograph of the situation. Now, this is of that same parcel. There, if you look really carefully, you can see the top of that no parking sign, along that green ridge. But you'll notice, obviously, beside the debris that's on there, which, by the way, is not safe. I know you all know that. It's very, very dangerous. But you'll notice that the beach there's an escarpment there. And I know you all know what escarpments do. That represents the weakest dune structure there is, the absolute weakest dune structure to resist a storm, because it will just cave and give way. It has no structural strength when the water hits it. There's another view of the same, and you will notice, I don't know if you could tell this with the color matching, I took this photo because it shows it's already eroding. The white, you notice there's a contrast between the coquina and the white sand. The white sand is the beginning of the collapse of that area. So these are the remnants that we're trying to get. As far as so there are actually several, obviously, questions. One is, okay, all right, so you're pursuing a bankruptcy court remedy, and we're going to do that on an expedited basis. What is this going to do to the Army Corps project? Well, obviously, we briefed the Army Corps on this issue. There will not be a cancellation of the program. They understand that we're attempting to get it in an expedited fashion. It may not come December 31. It may be shortly after that. So we're just gonna monitor this thing. We'll let them know exactly when we're able to secure those interests. So it's not being canceled. It's not being terminated or anything like that if there are people that have that anxiety. But that's because of this unique circumstance. I would also want to tell you, because we had a briefing today with the Army Corps and all the different agencies that are involved, and there's a bunch of agencies involved, but just to give you highlights of that so that you understand where the project is. William participated, so he can amplify on these. I'm just going to highlight them. He can amplify on these at a later time with you. But the catastrophic impacts to the beachfront along the Army Corps. Now, I'm not saying that I don't have any care for any other area. You all know me well enough that I do. But I'm laser focused naturally on the Army Corps project to get that going. There's a lot of pieces that are involved in that. Okay, well, the storms complicate the situation because the erosion has increased. You remember, I think, when I was here last, I think it was October, I don't remember the exact month, and I informed you that very fortunately we got the U.S. Department of the Interior to grant us a significant, actually a doubling increase in the volume of sand that we can take from offshore, and that what an incredible cost savings, because we didn't have to pay for the material, we had to pay for the hauling of it, but not for the sand. It's not like some of the, like what DOT was doing. They had to go pay, somebody who owned a mine for the raw material, and and then obviously they have to pay for the delivery. But just the raw material priced is about $25 a cubic yard. So you compare. I don't remember if I just said the volume, but the volume from the October report I gave you was 1.33 million cubic yards. Multiply that by $25 a cubic yard, and you've got big numbers. Well, the numbers are going to be so much larger because of the degree of erosion, and those surveys, all the computations are not completed. They use LIDAR. I don't know if you're familiar, LIDAR, in combination with ground surveys to calculate the amount of volume loss. They've also gone back to the design table to figure out how they can, given this circumstance and the assumption that we will get the sand that we need, that they're going to ask for even more than, what's been lost. They're going to design it to be more durable. They're going to increase the length of the beach dune berm quite substantially, more than twice-fold, so as to give that beach greater resistance to what we're now experiencing as, more storm events, more corrosive or erosive storm events. So they will be gearing it up for that increase. They today on the call, it's not quotable, I don't know, but they think it'll be over 2 million cubic yards of sand that will be necessary. The Department of Interior representatives were on there, and they said they could do that. We've got to go through a process. They've got to get a NEPA, another evaluation to make sure that that doesn't harm natural resources. They don't think that's going to be the case. They're going to have to get a DEP permit modification because now the design of the project is going to change. These are going to take some time. The Department of Interior said in order to make that change, it could take 6 months for it to process there. DEP thought it could be also 6 months on their end. And likewise with the NEPA, that's the National Environmental, Policy Act that are required for any federal project and the impact. Now, will that actually, let's say we were able to get the bankruptcy court to, just for illustration, let's say we can get them by the second week of January. Can we get back on the schedule? They think we can. I know that the people in the agencies, they're very committed. The amount of cooperation that we get from them, the rapid turnaround of things continue to impress me, and I believe they will work really hard to be able to keep that same schedule. Of course, there's no guarantees. This is a very complicated project. I know you appreciate that. There are some other concerns, which I know Mr. Whitson is very aware of. I imagine you are too. But they definitely do not want to start construction without the removal of the remnants of 7 dune walkovers. They need to have those gone. I don't know what procedure the city has, for condemning them, but, you need to be, looking at that. I don't know if condemning is the right word. Declaring it's the unsafe building code, that they can be declared unsafe and then have the owners remove them. And failing the owners remove them, then the city would be obligated to remove them. 2 of the 7 are yours, I believe, or maybe it's 3. I'm not sure about the numbers. So you have maybe about, 5 or so, plus or minus, of private owners that have dune walkovers that have to be removed for safety. Now, they didn't talk about this, but I am. I mean, nobody on the call talked about it. I didn't raise it. I know I've talked to Larry Torino about this before. I know I've talked to Drew. I can't remember if I discussed this with William since he's come on board. But I really, really believe that the city needs to be very circumspect about granting any dune walkovers for the foreseeable future because of the potential risk they pose. I know there are people out there that want to repair their dune walkovers. Some of them may have, but I really would, given, just sort of like my eyes are wide open, if you will, and I see the consequences. And there was an identification, not actually in this call, but in the previous call with all the agencies, which was, after some storm damage and erosion, where people were noting that they picked up that there were breach points. The ocean would go around, and it would the waves would circle around the posts and further erode that area and create a more vulnerable beach. I'm not saying, I don't want people to start throwing stuff at me or whatever. I'm not saying you can't have dune walkovers, but I think that the beach should be fully secured and safe in its design. Now, that's just my opinion. not an engineer. I pretend I'm one. But anyway, I would explore that with your coastal engineering consultants or whatever you want to do. I would just point that out. It's a consideration that I believe you should have. Another issue that they pointed out is that they want to make sure, all the movement of the trucks, the equipment, the personnel is going to be all that movement is going to be under the pier. And they absolutely want to make sure that's safe. I know you've got engineers working on that, but that's got to be done and completed. And whatever needs to be done to make that area safe for the movement of heavy equipment and personnel, we'll need to do that before the project starts. Actually, we'll probably need to do that before the bidding, because the contractor is going to want to know if they have safe passage or whether their contract needs to include stabilization or whatever of that area in order that they can operate safely. So all those issues are in play. I thought it'd be useful for you to know those, as well as getting an actual view of what parcels we're talking about.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hadid. And there's a lot here we have to chew on. And I can see some of the expressions already when we start talking about not being able to put some of the walkovers over, because it's obviously one of the only ways that you can get to the beach because of the height of a lot of the erosion and all. And I think there's also some concern because I know that DEP and others are talking about fortifying the entire beach area before they start doing some of the renourishment. I mean, there's a process and a lot of discussions that we're going to have to be engaged in order to come up with some options, for example, of having access to the beach. Because, I mean, that's the main reason a lot of people come here is to gain access to the beach. That's why a lot of people here live here, because they want access to the beach.
Absolutely, and I'm not countering that.
No, I know, I'm just saying
You've got your very robust system of public walkovers.
Right, so that's what I'm saying, just for public comment, and for let folks know that we're aware of that, and we understand that we're going to have to be very creative and aware of how we're going to continue to maintain beach access during these times, but also during the periods of time when there's heavy construction, because that too, I remember being up in St. Augustine when they did the beach renourishment and all activity ceased in that area. I mean, you just can't have access because there's so much danger involved with the piece of equipment. I mean, these trucks are bigger than this building. I mean, I'm just exaggerating some, but they're huge. So anyway, I appreciate it. And commissioners, you have some comments, questions? City manager.
I'll just say, to add on to Al's point, that I really appreciate him and the county. We're working very closely together, and that's why I'm recommending that you all allow me to bring on some consultants to advise us, because this is going to be kind of a coordination sequencing effort. And absolutely, our ultimate goal is to put back the public access to the beach. Absolutely. The private access, that will have to be kind of looked at from a technical point of view, but we'll want to, as Al said, make the best choices we can for the overall benefit of the beach and the protection of the island. So if I can get the right technical experts available to me, we will navigate this complicated landmine field, and we will get it done. And I have ultimate confidence in Al and his ability to land this remnant. And once we get that done, we're going to start this party, and we're not going to stop until we get it done.
Okay, and I think that's, one of the things we've been talking about a lot is communications. And there are a lot of people that are not here tonight listening to what we're talking about. They're going to want to replace their walkovers and these kinds of things here. So that's where it's going to be critical to have those engineers and have a communication with our staff as well as the public, because they're not going to want to hear, I can't put my walkover back up because that's my property or whatever it is. But I think the communication, as we've always talked about here, is going to be critical, and we'll continue that dialogue.
We have that hurricane meeting next week. And is that something that we'll be talking about?
Yes, ma'am. And in fact, Gabe Perdomo is here, and he's one of the engineers I'm going to lean on. There are others, but, we'll have those dialogues and discussions and probably have several, kind of opportunities to have conversation, because there may be different designs that we could take advantage of that maybe we're not thinking of right now. And of course, that will also take the participation of DEP. And I met the other day with the state resiliency officer, and guess who he had with him in the delegation? DEP and all the other DEM and, some of these other agencies. St. John's was in the delegation. So there's a lot of conversation we have to have and complex intergovernmental discussion. And we're prepared to step up and do that. I just got to get the right team on our side so that we're well represented when these decisions are made.
Okay. Well, thank you a lot, Mr. Hadid. We really appreciate all the information. Okay, next item we have is deletions and changes to the agenda.
I would like to pull number 11 for further discussion. I know Lee's here tonight. I don't have any specific questions, Lee, but I'd just like you to talk through this.
Oh, okay, I have a few things on the consent agenda that I want to talk about, but is that what you were asking?
Yeah.
No, I meant,
It's number 7.
Okay, I think you were just talking about overall changes.
yeah,
overall changes.
Okay, well, then when you get to the consent, then you can do that.
No, we didn't. I just said, are there any deletions?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't include,
Okay.
I want to pull something.
Okay, that's fine.
Just as a suggestion, I know you wanted to bring up a agreement about engineering, and then also under 12, there's an agreement for engineering. I really think that conversation should be combined into one. I don't know how y'all feel about that, because it's for the same company, it's for engineering services. Should that be combined into a?
No, it's not. It's different, but
Well, the subjects are different.
Yeah. Companies are different, but I don't have a problem if you want me to talk about it under number 12.
You want to pull 12 for discussion?
Well, I just think what he had originally for comment should be incorporated into 12 into that discussion, because it's about hiring engineers.
So we're going to actually move 12 over to...
It stays.
It's not.
He's adding another item to 12.
So you're adding another item to 12. 12A?
So
We already have a 12A.
12B.
it's, item 12 is just a general engineering contract to have on file. It's not an assignment for a project. Any specific project would be a task order or a work order that would come before you again if it's over his threshold amount. So this is just a contract engineering to have in place. Say there's a stormwater question on a building permit and we need some advice that's out of our expertise or something like that.
I know what it's for.
It's
It's hiring an engineer to be on retainer for the calendar year.
Right.
I read it.
Okay.
And what he had was under his spending amount, which is 13, to hire an engineer. It's the same thing, it's just different subjects. I mean, it's up to you all.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Were you going to bring it up under manager comments?
I was going to bring it up under manager comments, but I don't.
And we
It's
can
up to the
decide
board
that
whenever you want to hear it.
Rather
we'll
than
do it.
confusing.
Oh, I would think now with at least a lot of people here as well, it's a good time to bring it up because it's relevant with what's going on.
I'm fine with that.
I am as well.
To do what?
To talk about the engineer, just kind of have all the engineer under one subject instead of, talk.
But it's totally different. He's got a specific assignment in mind. This is just to add somebody to the list of approved engineers that we have, or extending an agreement with. I don't care. We're going to talk about it anyway.
You want to talk about it twice? I think that's fine. Okay, well...
Let's talk about it once.
I mean, that's why I'm a bit...
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we'll move it to public comment then. Okay, This is a public comment, and at this particular time here is regarding items not on the agenda. Citizens are encouraged to speak. However, comments should be limited to 3 minutes. A 30-minute allocation of time for public comment on items not on the agenda. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to address the chair and 1 opportunity to speak. No time can be allotted to other speakers. So if anyone would like to speak, I'd ask you to please come up and give us your name and your address.
My name is E.T. Sharp. I live at 904 North Central Avenue, Flagler Beach. Commission members, audience members, good things happen when you walk through that door. All of us are here, I believe, because we want to make things better for our city, for ourselves, or for somebody. Having said that, and you mentioned about cleaning up the city, I am the guy that when I retired 5.5 years ago, every day of the week except the day I go to church.
Excuse me, Mr. Sharp, can you talk into the mic? Thank
Sure.
you.
I said, when I retired 5.5 years ago, I've always been a worker. I'm 81 years old. I've worked in my life. I managed to keep my high school figure. And I'm a giver. Since I've been here, every day except the day I go to church, I spend 2 to 5 hours picking up trash, picking up yard waste, doing whatever I see that needs to be done, contacting Rob if there's a big mess. Boom, it's taken care of. He's a magician. Anyway, this morning I went and had my oatmeal and coffee at McDonald's down the road, and I went across the street to eat it. There's a big lot there. A lot of cars parked there. We've had a lot of traffic since Thanksgiving. And a lot of people have went over there and ate, just threw their bags out the window. I would encourage the police, if they're here and they see somebody throwing their food waste out the window, give them a little talking to. Tell them we don't do that here. Anyway, I started picking up the few pieces in front of me, and the farther that I went, the more that I saw and the deeper it became. And what I'm getting to is after about 10 minutes or so, I saw a man walking past. And he walked over to me and he said, "What are you doing?" And I explained to him what I was doing. He said, "Would you mind if I helped you?" So for the next 30 minutes, we picked up that whole big lot. I filled up my car twice and took it down the street to the dumpster, got rid of it. And in speaking with this man, he's 60 years old, but he looks 40. He's in shape. He's a handsome fellow, really. But he went through some problems in the last few years of his life. He committed a felony. He's on probation. He's got 4 more classes to go to, the classes that you have to go to, and he's looking for a job. And when I got to talking to him, he's been a welder in his life. He's great with math. He's good with people. He's handsome. He's very outgoing. And the reason I'm here is because there's a lot of talent in this room. If you know somebody, his name is John. His phone number is 386-562-0357. I can reach me. I live in that big old 2-story farmhouse on North Central 9th Street, across from the church. If anybody knows where there's a man, this man wants to work. And from talking to him, if you come up to me and you volunteer to pick up trash for an hour, you're not afraid to work. If you know somebody that you can do yourself, somebody a favor, and this man a favor. I told him I was lucky for people and he was going to have a good Christmas. So I thought I'd come to council meeting.
Thank you, sir.
So much.
Very thoughtful.
Bruno, 2740. I just want to let you know, I seen this car today going down 100. I thought it was a moving Christmas tree. It happened to be you. I mean, you had more stuff tied to your car. I don't even think you could see out the window. At first, I thought the police pulled you over, right? Because the police was there. But I mean, it was unbelievable. It was like, whoa. The second thing, I just want to thank Al. Al, I've had many a conversation with you, and I think we're there now. I have confidence, so thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Bruno.
Bob Cunningham, North 10th Street. At the last commission meeting, we talked about the drainage problem on South Daytona, South Flagler, and the 23 to 2600 blocks. Just wondering if there's a status on that, and what the project plan is to get that remedied. Also, there's been a lot of emergency funding done recently with both storms. So where's the money coming from? Are there any projects having to slip or be postponed because of that? And what's the status of the annexation on Veranda Bay and other areas and that to help with the revenue stream? Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Bob. Candidate night.
Rick Bellhumor, Flagler Beach. I know I speak for a lot of other people when I say thank you for getting the debris out of town. Looks like they're pretty much complete with their cleanup efforts. So it's difficult to walk by that pile every day and see it, knowing what's there, what used to be good stuff is now destroyed. So I know there's a lot of happy people that this stuff's gone. Thanks for making the bridge lights come on. And we had tennis court lights for a couple days, and then they started blinking, and then they got turned off. So for some reason, we have no tennis court lights again. We also have one of the courts has one of the posts that hold the net up has broken off, and it's been laying there for a month. And why it's still laying there, I don't know. They could at least disconnect it and get it out of the way. Some kid could be running around there and trip over it or something. But I think that needs to get cleaned up, and I'm sure plans are underway to have it repaired, but in the meantime, it looks awful. There's also these screens that they put on the fence around the place, and half of that's laying on the ground. So it'd be nice to see. I mean, it's the most used amenity we have in the city, and I think we ought to take better care of it. And last fiscal year ended 2 months ago. I'm just wondering if we have a year-end budget report coming anytime soon. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Rick. Next speaker, please.
I'm Sally Arnoff from Sugar Mill, and if I'm up here, you can guarantee two things. One, it's about the environment, and two, it's about a development. So I won't let you down. It's been a couple of years since we talked about it, but with Veranda, the gardens, and Veranda Bay now, when that property got its final permit from St. Johns River Water Management District, they first submitted the stormwater calculations, and since that original set of calculations, the Water Management District had them revise those calculations 8 more times. So they've had 9 different versions of the stormwater. And if any of you have been talking to people that live near that development now, when we had the back-to-back storms, and we didn't have a hurricane, but it was actual river flowing. I mean, a river. And I have film video that I had a computer software issue, but I'll get them to you in email, and you can see where that water is running. And the backside of Palm Drive flooded. There are a lot of issues that are contributing to Palm Drive. One of them is the retention pond that is behind Palm Drive, and the other is that same retention area and the wetlands that go all the way down behind there. It is one continuous wetland. So I would like to ask, where is the review? It was mentioned that the stormwater engineer from Mead Hunt would do a professional analysis of the final set of calculations to see whether or not it will adequately remove the water and not flood onto the adjacent property. So that's my request, is where is that analysis? And I think it should be done sooner rather than later so that we have the ability to affect the plans before they have spent the money and say, no, we're not going to redo anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. You guys are fast.
Good evening, Council. Roy Matson, New Smyrna, long life resident of Flagler also. Mr. Bryant, I want to give you a commended good effort for what you did by putting the stars up at the pier. I'm surprised that we haven't seen a few put on the side of the pier, but because of everybody's scared to go on the pier, I'm afraid that's why it hasn't happened. Mr. Drew, I'd like to ask you as the city attorney, if we did what we used to do in the old days when we had a hurricane come and put a sign up that said, you enter this point beyond this point at your own risk, would that clear the city of a liability for us to go out and fish on the pier? Because we have had numerous amount of storms over the years that have done the same damage basically in the same place about where it broke off now. We've always put a fence out there to let people go fishing. Crews are coming in to build. We closed the pier down for a while. We let them do the building. Sometimes some of the contractors leave the people on the pier, just move them back a little bit further. You know, this would be a benefit for the city to continue collecting revenue for the pier because there are no piers to the south. St. Johns County had some issues with their pier closed. People have to go all the way to Jacksonville. I get calls from everybody because I used to run the pier. Jamie knows that. And I would like to see the businesses not lose their business because people come here to go fishing. They get done, they go to a restaurant. Both people benefit. It's a benefit of tourist tax dollars for the city, benefit money to pay for bills and things that we need to do. At the same time, if we can get that cleared by Mr. Drew over here, then I would like to see the pier reopened because I understand we're wanting to close the bait shop. Well, wait a minute. We only have one other bait shop in this county. In this area, I should say. We have two in the county and one in this area. That's Big Al's. A lot of people rather go to the pier. If the pier was to put live bait in there, if the pier was to stay at the bait shop and put some signs out by the road to let people know it's open, I have to give Eric and Mr. Williams to condemn him for finally moving the barricade that made the pier when you drove by look like it was closed, even at the bathroom. So now with that barricade moved, I would like to see a fence moved out to the end and reopened for the public to fish. But it will say on that sign, you're entering beyond this point at your own risk. They already said in the first statement, when the pier was inspected after the first storm, that they felt it would blow over in the next storm. Nicole came and it's still standing. I'm willing to risk my life to go fishing. I wonder how many other people in this county would stand behind me. Thank you very much for your time. Do you have a way of telling me something on that?
We'll respond once everyone is finished commenting.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, sir.
There we go. My name is Richard Agliotis. I live in Palm Coast and have been employed at the Flagler Beach Bait Shop for about the last 4 years. First, I'd like to thank Commissioner Bryan and his lovely wife for once again stepping up and getting things done, climbing a 12-foot ladder and hanging Christmas stars in the A-frame of the pier. I wish you the best of luck in your upcoming election and hope you're re-elected for another well-deserved term as Flagler Beach Commissioner. In late September, the pier was hit by back-to-back hurricanes. The city manager and commission reached out to experts who deemed the pier unrepairable. Fast forward to the last commission meeting, which I attended. After the meeting, I came away with the feeling that the majority of the board were in favor of keeping the shop open 12 hours a day. One dissenting voice was Commissioner Cooley, who seemed adamant in wanting the shop closed. In his words, a payroll of $500 to $600 a day was unacceptable. The actual payroll is $144 a day. Payroll should have nothing to do with keeping the shop open. Profit or loss should be the determining factor. Subsequently, the shop hours have been reduced by an additional 17 hours at the tremendous savings of $30 a day, which will definitely lead to the closing of the pier. The closing of the bait shop. I'm asking the commission and the city manager to ask an expert bait shop manager what it will take to make the shop a success. In closing, has anybody considered the upcoming demolition and construction, which is due to start this summer? With a closed bait shop, who's going to monitor the opening and closing of the pier for the work crews? Will the city have to hire an outside security firm at 3 times the rate of the bait shop security? As you did with the pier, let an expert determine what's needed to make the bait shop work. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. You can finally come up.
I forgot what I was going to say. Holy cow. Anyway, good evening. My name is Carolyn. Last name is Castler-Moore. You don't have to remember that. I actually own a property at 2811 South Ocean Shore Boulevard, in between Snack Jacks and Luxury Suites. I own it. I don't live there, but I've owned that property for over 20 years. So I'm emotionally connected to it as well. I called Monday at lunchtime, and I got our city manager on the phone, and I told him about our plight. Our building is ready to fall into the ocean, as the photos that John Loriano took. And I want to thank him too. He's been amazing, like amazing. But I got him at lunch, so he didn't get to eat, right? And I told him how desperate I was, because I really didn't know where to turn. The other people, some of them live out of town, some of them are not able to do. I'm here. So I called him, and he listened to how scared I was about our building falling into the ocean. It's been undermined terribly, as was Snack Jacks and Luxury Suites. Okay, the only difference is we have some people living there, so I don't sleep well at night. He told me to put all my information down in an email along with photographs and email to him. I did that by that evening, Monday, late afternoon or evening. The next day, Tuesday, I was flooded with text emails. He had contacted just about everybody. I don't know how to say thank you enough. I don't know how this is going to turn out, but he set up a meeting. And excuse me if I get the initials wrong, it was the Federal Disaster Emergency Management? Division of Emergency Management. And they came out. Mr. Whitson was there, the owners of Snack Jacks, and Luxury Suites was not able to make it there. They walked, they looked, they had a drone. They acted so quickly that I'm still in shock that it even happened. I'm just not used to the wheels moving that fast in any government. But the way that John spoke up, you had to be there. Very strong, very confident. This man here just took the reins and right out of everybody's hands and said, it's getting done. You know, I don't know how this is going to end up. I just wanted to thank the city of Flagler Beach, our city manager, and John for a job well done, no matter how this turns out. But I tell you, I'm going to sleep a little bit better tonight. So thank you, and thank you all.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Don't run me over. Not working. Strike 1839 Oak Place. Tonight I want to bring to your attention something I've never had to talk about before in my 66 years on this planet. As you know, I've been a big proponent of the city doing everything it needs to do to uphold the majority of those vision statements, particularly those that are environmental, those that are public safety, those that are infrastructure. I've pushed extremely hard. In fact, I think Mr. Whitson said a couple of meetings ago, I've got hundreds of emails into the city. The majority of them, except for those that the chief handles, go unaddressed, unresolved. To this day, many of them still are not touched. So I'm sorry to have to be in direct contrast to the lady that we just hear. In fact, we had a meeting with Mr. Whitson that he agreed to in August that we're still waiting for. And that was to continue a meeting we had in May and for him to give us what the city was doing about these vision statement issues brought up in August. We're still waiting. I've never seen the wheels of government go so slowly. But what's the worrisome part, okay, is my relationship, and my wife as well to a lesser degree, with this city. We never wanted it to be this way. But you all have had us arrested last year. Our sea grapes and sea oats in front of our property, excuse me, have been torn into, just slashed, 6 to 8 feet. Now, these are plantings that are protected by Florida statute on a barrier island to curtail erosion. But yet, a block or two down the way, there's literally a hedge of Brazilian pepper in the front of someone's house that goes up and over the road to where high-profile vehicles have to go into the other lane to avoid it. But yet the city slashed the hell out of my sea grapes and tramped my sea oats, much like the city does when they put the trucks on the dune to do work, okay? The last one, I'm only going to give you 3. Last week, and again, I love Rob Smith to death, like the chief, both outstanding city employees. Our trash has been missed a number of times. Rob and I deal with it, we just get it done, blah, blah, blah. Last week, it's different. 3 trucks in the beginning of the week left our yard waste sitting there. 3 feet high, about 8 feet wide. It's all brown and yellow and amidst all the other green that's around there. So the 4th truck that came by later in the week, picks up our neighbor's trash on one side. Now that's a trash day, so I had trash and yard waste sitting out there. Goes past our house, picks up the trash and yard waste from the property adjacent, like diagonally from us. I film this. I go out in the street. The guys are cleaning up a huge mess of garbage that they left in the street that, I don't know how they did that, but they looked at me, made a couple of comments. I'm standing, my wife and I, next to our trash can that sits high, and it's fluorescent green. They get in the truck and leave. What in the hell is going on in this town against my wife and I?
Okay, your time is...
We have residents asking us, not are we being targeted, you are being targeted. The last thing I want to ask you is, do we have to be in fear for our life to sit and live in Flagler Beach because we push you guys to do those vision statements? Take care of the environment,
Sir, please
take care of the public.
Please wrap up your comments.
Right, okay, I will.
Okay.
Take care of the environment, take care of the public safety, take care of the infrastructure. It all doesn't get addressed. And you're taking that out on me. I'm asking you to formally cease and desist. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next comment.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sandra Netubik, and I live on Pine Tree Street in Flagler Beach. I just have a brief question for you. Where does the ranking and the priority go for Palm Harbor and Palm Drive and where I live? I was flooded twice with the last 2 storms. The last one, Nicole actually got in my house. But my problem, what I want to know is that we have a pond that's never cleaned, and that is a retention pond. And also, where does Palm Drive and our area on ranks as far as I see that you're going to do the South Florida Avenue drainage, and I know that's been on there for a while, but where do we rank? We've been, our whole street, I watched the water come around the wetlands, come off in the, down in the back, off in where the gardens, which is Veranda Bay now, come all the way down, come down the street, come down to the wetlands, and come down my street and go up with the wind. In 2 hours' time, my whole neighborhood was flooded all the way around the houses. The water was at my garage going in 2 hours' time. I thank you, but I would like for you to check on and find out where we are on that priority list, because most of the houses on Palm Drive have been flooded now twice in the last 6 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matubik.
Donna Schneider, 2412 South Daytona. While we're on a flooding roll, first I want to thank again Deborah and James, because they've been very helpful to the areas in our, to the people in our area. And I want to backtrack a little bit, and I need some information. On August 1st, I received an email that the contractor would be selected by 10/22 to do these check valves for the area of 23rd to 25th Street. 4 valves, and that the work would be performed first quarter of 2023. On October 27th, that information changed, and I received an email that immediate measures using emergency action from the current emergency declaration are going to be used, and if the bid package exceeded the budget, that the city manager would request additional resources from the commission, or you'd be looking for grant opportunities. In that case, the work was to be completed the second quarter of 2023, and that assumed the bid process was 8 weeks, and that supplies would be 9 to 12 weeks once it was awarded. So now I'm looking at our information on the current project report, and according to that, there will be work performed on South Flagler between 9th and 13th Street in the first quarter of 2023. But the south area backflows, there was supposed to be a meeting on November 5th to determine the scope. And then it says pending scope to determine the viability of the project. So now we've gone from a delay of a quarter to what appears to be we don't know what we're doing again. So I want to get some answers. I want to know why it seems like we're moving backwards instead of forwards. Has the contract been awarded? Did you have the meeting? If the valves have been ordered, if not, why? If there's additional money needed, has it been requested? Has it been appropriated? And I think you need to really start talking about this being a priority action. You got a lot of citizens there that are furious with this flooding. This is a problem that has been created by the city of Flagler Beach. So you're this close to having a whole lot of lawsuits coming your way. So I would expect that you put this on the priority status and you get it done. Because if we get a nor'easter, we get any other thing where we're going to have flooding again in that area, there's going to be some lawsuits.
Thank you. Please, in the interest of time, hold your applause, and that way we'll be able to get through all of these. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paul Ike, North Flagler Avenue, Chair Bryan, members of the commission. About 6 or 7 years ago, a member of the commission who is no longer with us asked me if I might be interested in representing the city on the Transportation Planning Organization in Daytona. I said yes. and gladly did and have been doing that ever since, but I think it's responsible for me to come before you every once in a while to let you know that that TPO board is still on, and I got a notice, but I have a slight dilemma because I'm not supposed to talk about anything that's on the agenda, and I didn't know if Commissioner Stearman was going to talk about the TPO. So I'll make it real quick and let you know that I got a notice announcing the River to Sea TPO's annual call for projects. And I've got that here. I can give it to Penny and... It's in the packet. Is it in the packet? Okay, so that was pretty much it. And as I'm standing here and I'm listening to the difficulties and having been a part of the difficulties that so many of our citizens have experienced with these hurricanes and storms, knowing that we shouldn't overlook any possibility of help, whether it be financial or projects. I don't know if anybody has looked towards the TPO for some sort of help or not. I happen to think that our current city management is not really all that pleased with federal help. I'm not sure that that's the case or not. However, because we're talking about properties that may have been and absolutely have been flooded in these recent storms, there is a possibility there. I'd be glad to meet with anybody from the city management or with any of the commissioners that would like to talk about what are or is there any possibilities there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Quentin Parker, South Flagler Avenue. Everybody talks about 23rd, 24th Street. The city put a drain in my backyard before the property was even built on. And it's a city drain that goes out and connects into the storm sewer. Jennifer, I think it is, works for she was down and I showed her. It was dug out by the city employees 4 or 5 years ago, whatever it was, and I've kept it halfway clean, but it's packed, solid, one end to the other. So within, we flooded, and I have a retention pond. My backyard becomes a retention pond, and it stays that way until Nicole came along. Now, it's gone down within the last week where we can finally go back there. It's not a big, muddy mess. Is there anything we can do about cleaning these drains? Can I get on that schedule, and is there a schedule?
Okay, Mr. Whitson will address that once everyone speaks. Good enough. Your question has been noted.
Thank you.
We'll give you a response, Quentin. Thank you.
I'm back from my annual meeting here. My name is Brad LeBate. I live in the CRA area. I took a walk around the neighborhood and, all within about 6 blocks and took pictures of all the lights that are missing in the neighborhood. And there are 17 fixtures that are not there. There's one that's not working, and there's one that's on all the time. So I would like, to leave this with you guys so you can take a look at them. I'm trying to get the straight names on them. All right. My second issue is I tried to do my golf cart registration today, which I was told I would have to do another inspection. And I asked the city clerk to explain to me where in the ordinance that it tells me that I have to do that. And she told me that it isn't in the ordinance. Was it me? I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. I was just talking in general with the person in the office here when I said city clerk. There may actually be a city clerk. It's probably you. She is. All right, let's just go with the clerk that was in the office. All right, so if you look at the ordinance, it clearly says if there's any conflict, that basically the herewithin is repealed. So basically, if it's not in the ordinance, it's repealed. So you can't make up things and ask us to do them if they're not in the ordinance, okay? So let's talk about that for a minute, okay? I was here in April, and I was told that this ordinance would be looked at and corrected, okay? I looked at the ordinance today. It's not corrected, and it's not even changed, Okay, I don't know if any of you remember that. So my issue with it is that you have an annual inspection. I don't know, why do we have an annual inspection?
Please.
Okay.
You have to address me.
Well, I'm sorry. The reason that I'm addressing the chief is that I was told that the chief was the one that acted that. Okay, so it's not in ordinance, and yet we're told to do this. Okay, first of all, it's not really an inspection. Nobody's climbing under there looking at the brakes to make sure that the golf carts are safe or anything. It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I can fully understand if you're coming in with a golf cart and you want to register it, that you look at it and make sure that it's the right configuration. But to make me do that every year is ridiculous. Okay? And it's not an inspection. It's no more than somebody looking at it going, yeah, you have mirrors on it, or you have an electric motor. Okay? That's not changing from one year to the next. So there's absolutely no reason to do that. All right, and then in addition to that, the renewal is supposed to be done before the end of the year, otherwise it's more money. And yet that hasn't been corrected in here either. So, in any case.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other takers?
Name's Rick Wynn. I just want to address a couple quick points on the pier issue. Again, reopening that pier would solve part of your bait shop problems. We were told that the pier was unsafe after the inspections, and I know when a storm like that, it washes out around the pilings. That's normal. Any fisherman will tell you it's deep holed by every one of those pilings, even under normal conditions, but it tends to fill back in. Then along came the coral and beat the devil out of that pier. And to my knowledge, we sustained no further damage other than a little bit on the end, which was, of course, already compromised. So again, the question is, why can we not wall off the end of it like most piers do after a storm? Because this time of the year, the fishing, if you're a fisherman, you already know that the whiting, crappie, and so on are all inshore, and recoup some of this money. Right now, I'm going up to St. Augustine in Jacksonville and spending my lunch and dinner money up there instead of here. So, okay?
Okay, thanks a lot. Anyone else for public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back. We've got a long list here. I'll start off with and some of these things I'll respond to, and then I'll direct them to our city attorney and our city manager and police chief and everyone else that might have a response. In regard to the pier itself, and I'll let the city manager follow up on that one, because since it was the last one that was right here, it's pretty clear here. In regard to the pier itself, we did have engineering firms come here as well as divers, and even though it may look safe at the top, there's a lot of bottom part that has been compromised. And that's and the recommendation that we got from the experts is that it's not considered to be safe all the way up to that particular area where it is now. Mr. Whitson, would you like to elaborate on that anymore?
Yes, sir. Apparently some of the people haven't been to all the meetings to gather the information, but the reports of the dive team and the structural engineers is that the first 100 feet of the pier is safe. 100 feet. Beyond 100 feet, there is such severe scour down below where you can't see that it has compromised the structural integrity of the pier. In fact, there's a report later in the agenda where our engineers, Gabe, you're here, yeah, Gabe was going to address, okay, where are we going with all of this, and what's the process for demobilization and those kinds of things. So it all kind of relates, and there is, that's why from the plastic gate to the end of the guard shack, there's a fence now. That area will be safe only for our lifeguard operations. We will not allow anyone on that portion of the pier unless they're a part of the lifeguard operation. From that end of the lifeguard shack where the fence is put up out is structurally compromised, And I realize maybe that in the past, people have done those kinds of things. But at the end of the day, we have an obligation for safety. And if we allow people to go out there and fish and something happens, then that's not going to be very good for the city. So we have taken the approach that we need to make it safe. Now, we did an analysis from the same expert that showed us where the scour was. And you're not talking a little bit of scour. We're talking over 7 feet down under the pilings. And then no telling what Nicole did on top of that, right? So basically, the numbers came back. It would take over $1.3 million to stabilize the pier to where it's safe. And then we would turn around and deassemble it and build a new pier. I mean, it just wasn't cost effective to do that. As far as the bait shop is concerned, we are making plans to open it. We are going to have live bait. We are going to set everything up. But because we couldn't even get a contractor out to get the fence up to demarcate these areas, it's taken a little time. We also had our cash register for the bait shop go down. It was damaged in the storm. We had to haul it over to Tampa, and I don't even know if we've gotten it back yet.
It's not just a regular cash register.
No.
It's a computer as well.
It's a computer. There's chips in there that were fried. Okay, so we can't open a bait shop if we don't know the amount of revenue coming through on these electronic transactions. So it's all a process. It's not a situation where we're refusing to open the bait store or those kinds of things. There's things that have to be put in place for us to be able to open the store. And that's what's been going on.
Okay. Drew, would you like to address the fact, one of the comments was putting a sign
enter at your
out.
own risk. It's always an imperfect solution in the best of situations. It's not the same as a signed notarized waiver. It is to put somebody on notice of what is more or less would otherwise be an open and obvious. And what it does is it sets us up for a defense of, well, you knew there was a risk there. But here, where you're talking about that scour, I can't see that. I can't make an educated decision. Even with the sign there, I don't know what's actually causing the risk. I just know there is a risk. So no, I don't think that even begins to help you. I don't think it even mitigates the risk here, because we're talking about a completely unseeable risk, because we're talking about what's happening underneath that pier. The other, and back to the imperfect solution, on the best of days, and the best example I can give you is, 4 or 5 years ago, if y'all remember at Disney, the tragic incident where the child was grabbed by the gator. They have signs all around that lake. Beware of gators. Still a big settlement in that lawsuit. Or settlement to the lawsuit, right? Yep. So they're imperfect solutions, but they're there. We use them when you can see the risk. We just want to draw your attention to it. Here, you can't see the risk that's going on because the risk is happening down below the sand.
Okay. All right. And while we're on the bait shop, I mean, we can continue, and, we may have some other comments here as well. Mr. Whitson has already addressed the fact that the bait shop is going to be open. They're going to continue open. They're looking at live bait. And you guys heard me talk about it. I'm a fisherman. I like fishing. I love all kinds of fishing. I'm a member of the Sports Fishermen's Club here in Flagler, and I've already spoken to them about actually coming out and putting on some workshops at the pier on how to do surf fishing, because there's a difference between just fishing off the pier and surf fishing and boat fishing, and I've done all of that. But there is a difference. There's a difference in equipment. There's a different process. But if you're a fisherman, fisher lady or fisher person, as long as you got your rod and your water, your line in the water and you're catching something, you're kind of happy. It's a little different. But at least we may be able to offer some type of a sport that individuals would be able to use while they're here on the beach itself. Commissioner Sherman?
Yeah, just, not to be rain on anybody's parade here about the pier, but Mr. Whitson, would you mind sharing with the public how much money has been spent on trying to figure out if this pier is serviceable? I know we're going to see this money back from FEMA, and there's been a lot of time and energy that we've spent on this. And I mean, we're hearing other things from the general public, and I respect the passion for fishing, and I respect these things, but we also have to really focus on what's important here. And I'm not saying the pier is not important, but we're not talking $144 an hour just in wages, but I mean, we've spent a lot of money just to figure out, okay, the pilings are, not safe. We know that I don't even want to fathom how much money it was, but I know it was very expensive. Seeing the reports, I think it was $50,000 just to send the divers down to let us know that the pier. $60,000. So, I mean, we're pretty far in the red. I mean, granted, we'll see this money. When we'll see the money back from FEMA, I don't know. But I think that we need to, again, as a city, shift our focus to the west side of A1A, where people are really hurting. I mean, I really enjoy the pier. I have emotional attachment to it myself, but at the end of the day, we have to we have to start shifting our focus into areas that I think, are going to help our residents and get us back on track. That's just my 2 cents on the whole situation with the pier.
Sure, Commissioner Cooley.
I would recommend leaving a copy of the engineering study at the shop, just to help as an education tool. That would probably help with transparency and all the misunderstandings there are about stability.
Yeah, just putting up a sign doing this at your own risk, I don't want to be any part of that. Too much risk to go with that.
Okay, I think that
we already, as Mr. Woodson said, in past meetings, we've gone through all how much pier should be open, why. We've already made those decisions.
Okay, I think that we pretty much exhausted things on the pier, not the pier and maybe the bait shop. But again, there's a number of people here in regard to the bait shop and what's going on. But it's an ongoing process, and the city manager working with Buzz, who's the manager of it, and then other individuals looking at alternatives to actually fishing off the pier itself. There's a number of things that can be done, and we'll keep looking at that, and of course looking at the cost-benefit analysis to it as well. But here again, being a fisherman, I know that live bait does bring a whole new clientele of people to fish, and it does bring in revenue. So it's something we continue to look at.
And I just want to address a comment that was me. There was just a gross inaccurate comment about, I was adamant about closing the bait shop. I mean, y'all were here, you're at the meeting. That's never been the case. What I am concerned about is making sure that stays out of the red. And that's it. I have no other ties to whether it stays open or closed. I'm only concerned about, we don't want it to be a financial burden. So I didn't appreciate that. It wasn't accurate, and that's all public record, and there's a recording that you can actually hear the truth.
Okay. I'll start back at the top again, and that's one of the things that had to do with drainage in Flagler. Where's the dollars going to, and also annexation. Annexation, let Mr. Whitson comment on that. We had a meeting here a couple weeks ago about annexation, and you can let us know where we are in that.
Yeah, the annexation question we continue to work on. I'm very concerned with the drainage situation there and all the complications that come with that. It's a process, and we are trying to reach out to the developer and try to have that conversation about when he wants to come in. It's not really up to the city. We've certainly made those intentions known, and I know Drew's been a part of this discussion as well as Jay Garner, and we're going to continue to do what we can to have that dialogue.
One thing that, for the public's benefit, because I think you all have been brought up to speed on this, is, we talk about Ken Belshey a lot. He's the face of that development, and he has been receptive to those overtures to annexation. What we weren't aware of initially, and why I think the public may not be aware of it at all if they haven't been in one of these meetings where it's been discussed, is he's a small member of the controlling interest there. And so any annexation, as those conversations have gone on, he's gone back to his business partners, and some of them have different attitudes towards coming into the city of Flagler Beach. So while Ken has always spoken positively to that concept, the money behind that project has a lot more reservations. So a lot of the conversations that have been going on recently have been and why I think Jay is involved, is trying to find ways, trying to give Ken ammunition. He can go back to the money to say, hey, this is why we should do this. So that's where that's a little bit more detail into what those conversations are, but also why it's more challenging than maybe we all thought it was at the beginning when we were just talking to Mr. Belshey, and he was saying, yeah, that seems like a good idea. Well, there were more interests at stake than just his.
Okay. Part of the other question was the drainage on South Flagler. There's questions about where the dollars are going, and it's quite complicated when you look at the dollars coming in for stormwater, and you're also looking at, and here again, I'll let Mr. Whitson elaborate on this. And I think we're all of us up here very sensitive to the fact that there are problems as far as flooding all over the city. And, you know, Commissioner Phillips and Commissioner Sherman may have been addressing one part of the city. I may have been addressing another part, which was also flooding quite severely, as well as where Commissioner, what's your name?
Neely.
That was a good one.
Where Commissioner Mealy lives as well. And I mean, we're making, you know, kind of making light of it, but for example, on Lambert, I mean, I drove down Lambert in my truck because it was high enough and it was completely flooded and there was water everywhere. I mean, it was just unbelievable, and I did videos of it.
And it occurred in that same 2-hour period that Sandra was talking about.
So the entire city, I mean, we had a lot of things going on, and it's not that we're not sensitive to different areas that are flooding, but it's a matter of getting the dollars, and this is going to address another question that someone asked about the city manager not wanting federal dollars. I know that's definitely not true, because I've seen some of the requests we've all put in and we've signed for, where we're looking for every single dollar from any entity that we can get in order to help the city to rise out of this thing here. But the dollars are scarce when it comes to the magnitude of kinds of drainage issues that we have to address in the city. Over on 11th Street, there's a gentleman over there. His house is flooded for the third time, and he's got everything cut out, but he's trying to decide what he's going to do, because we're still waiting for the emergency declaration from Washington, D.C. And then he had a drainage issue over there, and you're talking about flapper valves. Well, we found out there may not even be a flapper valve on his particular street. So, you know, we're looking at how we can address those as well. So I'm not trying to get excuses. I'm just trying to let folks know that the whole city was just about underwater. And we're trying to address them as much as we can, and trying to find out how do we prioritize certain areas. And it's a monumental task. It really is. Commissioner Phillips.
I just want to interject. I would like for you to respond to Donna, because we've had multiple discussions about how this, you know, we have the budgeted money for the valves, et cetera. Have they been ordered? Do we have a contractor? All of that.
Okay, you can go ahead and get that one as well.
I'll take the other part first. This is a barrier island, and we had multiple areas flood all at once. And it was quite an experience to try to navigate through that. But we are...
Not just on the barrier island. Let's remember that.
True. But most of the concern was the tidal influence, because that 2-hour window was horrible. And so we have this hurricane forum that I was going to talk about in my report later on that we're setting up, and we're actually going to have the engineers at the forum. We're going to also have, I've invited the Florida Department of Emergency Management that has access through the state to the federal funds. We're going to try to have them there. We're going to try to lay out you know, where we're going with some of these things and what needs to be done, because at the end of the day, I'm not even sure if these valves worked perfectly, it would have protected against that event. It was just an overwhelming event. That being as it may, Lee is here. Lee, can you give everyone a quick update on where we are on the projects and where we are in the bidding process, because I think we're about ready to get those out on the street. So you want to speak to that?
We've been looking at the problem. We've had the engineers, we've had Public Works, they've all been down and looked at the worst areas where these backflows are happening. And the problem is caused by the fact that the outflow pipes, which were put in many years ago, are now under the low tide mark.
They've silted in.
And silted in.
Silted, the silt has changed the elevations.
The elevations have changed over the years, and the pipes that are supposed to drain the water into the intracoastal are now below the water level, the low tide water level. So they can't work at all because they're gravity driven. The valves, when put in, and we are looking at that project and we're almost ready to bid those out, okay? So we're close to that.
The ones down at
At South Flagler, yes. Yes, on the south side of town. Those valves will be put in, they will be installed. As a matter of fact, we're going to add one to that gentleman's house on 11th Street North. That one was torn off years ago for some reason. And because it's below the level of the water, nobody ever saw it. But in any case, those valves will be put in. Whether they will do what we hope they will do remains to be seen, because in order for them to work, it's a two-way valve. So they work on water pressure. So the fact that the outflow pipes are actually below the water line, that pressure is stronger than the pressure that would drive the water from the storm grates upstream down into those. So the point is, they're going to, the stormwater drains and the pipes are still going to retain water. And because the pressure from the intracoastal side is stronger than the pressure coming down from the storm drains, water is still going to back up, because there's nowhere for it to go.
So the point is, the bids are almost ready to go out. We will see what comes in. We may have to do some redesign.
We may have to rethink it a little bit.
Exactly. And then we also are going to be reaching out to these federal and state agencies. The gentleman, thank you for coming from St. John's tonight. Thank you, sir. I mean, there's nowhere for this water, and he can tell you, the fellow from St. John's, there's nowhere for this water to be put. When it gets to the levels, you know, if you're talking about a 3 to 4 inch rainstorm, that's one thing. The system should work. But when you're talking about a coastal tidal event and a hurricane, that's a different conversation, and the level of water is overwhelming. I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying that's the geographic fact. And so we are needing to work with our federal and state partners to look at other options. The designs we have in place may have worked okay for a while, but we're getting stronger storms. We're getting different situations, so we need to rethink that. And I've got to work with the county, with the state, with the federal government to try to see if we can't come up with different engineering solutions to move this water out of the areas so it won't impact the homes. That's one option. The other option is obviously, maybe we need to find funds to raise homes. Maybe we need to find funds to do buyouts, or a combination thereof. But all of those programs take a long time to go through because you're dealing with state and federal funding sources, which take longer to get. And so we are going to have a thorough discussion of this at the Hurricane Forum that's planned for next 14th?
Next week.
Tuesday or Wednesday?
It's Wednesday.
It's a Wednesday. And so we're going to go into the details of all of this, and I was just going to highlight that in my report tonight, and then hope that people will come out to that and we'll get into it, because we'll have plenty of time to do the deep dive into the information.
Yes, and the engineers that I'm working with will be at this forum. And they prepared a slideshow that will explain in detail what I'm trying to babble out right now.
Well, Lee, will they be able to do it by street? Identify the areas that
Yes,
are...
there are nodes. We're going to be identifying the nodes. That's the other thing we want.
That's what you're doing right now.
Yeah, that's what you've been doing. We want the public input because we need to know where these areas, we're having the problems so that we can identify it, feed that into our master stormwater plan, which will then feed into the other plans that we're putting forward to the state and federal government.
Especially the resiliency plan.
Yes. So yes, we might be able to identify like the specific address, but we're looking for the nodes. We're looking for the common connections about where the problems were. And I can think of 3 or 4 of them right off the top of my head.
The day after, Nicole.
Yeah.
Yeah. The day after, I rode around the entire city, and I had my utility maps with me, and I highlighted all of the areas that flooded and the degrees to which they flooded. And I also noted where that water was coming from. And my intention is to put them on maps so that we can see the big picture as it was.
Yeah. And a couple of other quick comments and we'll move on. But the cleaning out of the drains, I've asked the Public Works Department to put together a program to solicit contractors so that we can bring that forward. That's on a future agenda that will be done. And, the preventative maintenance, we were out before the storm. There were people out before the storm. I was out in the storm. So, and in fact, the pumps that were brought in from Ormond Beach was done so at my request. The problem with that was there was nowhere for the water to go. So we're doing all we can. It's frustrating. It's frustrating for us. We don't want to hear that there are problems we can't solve. But at the end of the day, that's where we are. And so all we can do is go forward from this place.
Commissioner Cooley.
I'd like to just give you the input that you're asking for. I know it's not perfect, but you need to understand. We keep talking about hurricanes here.
Please.
The area we're talking about...
You're going to have to come up to the mic if you can make comments, okay?
I thought we closed.
We have, but I think it's appropriate that they have some genuine concerns, and I think that it's prudent that we at least address some of these things here.
Thank you very much. I just want you to understand, this is not a hurricane situation, this flooding. We get a nor'easter in here, we have flooding. 3 inches of rain, we couldn't care less about 3 inches of rain. We couldn't care less about 15 inches of rain. The water comes out of the storm system into the streets, back on Flagler Avenue. It was lapping at the walls of the intercoastal, but it was flooding from the storms. This is just unacceptable. And if we have a problem with the pitch of the pipe and the pipe being too low, then maybe we need to start doing the extra work to re-elevate that pipe.
Okay.
It's just not acceptable to sit here and wait for FEMA. This isn't a FEMA problem. This is a city problem, and it's been going on a long time. Those valves were in 15 years and not touched.
Okay. All right. We appreciate that.
Donna.
Okay. You got a comment?
I'm good.
Go ahead.
All right. So there's what I'm concerned about is there's multiple pieces of the conversation. You have, natural disaster prevention suggestions, like that's not realistic, but there are controllable things that we can do. We can't get real deep into flood prevention. We can't control the intercoastal. We can't control the ocean. We can control our infrastructure and the things that are needing done. And we also can dig deeper into the problem areas. A lot of what I'm hearing, though, with folks with the Nicole event, which is a different discussion than drainage. Understand that you got flooding and you got drainage, and they're two completely separate conversations. And I think they're being all muddled together. But when I look at the FEMA flood map, because I have it pulled up right in front of me, everywhere that is a flood zone, flooded. And that's not something that I don't think is wise to really say we're going to solve this, because if you live in a flood zone, it's going to flood. But what I do think we need to do is we need to make emergency repairs and get outside folks in and use money from our reserves to get all of these drains that need check valves, not just the couple ones that were already in the pipeline, no pun intended, but to get done, to get all of them that need done now, and it's going to be expensive, and then also like, the drain that's clogged that Quinn has that he mentioned, to just get it done, and to pull from our reserves to do it. I think we're at that point, because we're now dealing with homes that have been damaged 3 times over, and now that's not going to stop the intercoastal from flooding the flood area, but it's going to stop our infrastructure from not working correctly and exacerbating the problem. And I really think we're at the point where we need to have a conversation about tapping into some emergency funding, bringing in outside contractors, and getting it done right now.
You're absolutely correct, and that's why we're trying to get the prices. What I'm saying is what we're discovering as we evaluate this is that it's not just the valves that are not operating or need to be installed or maintained or whatever. The pipes have silted, and the conditions in the field have changed and caused the elevations to change in such a way that we may have to dig the whole thing out.
We fix it.
Yeah.
We get in our reserves and we fix it.
Exactly,
We have
and that's
huge
what I'm
reserves.
saying is, so we're getting the first piecing of the prices together, the first wave of this, but that won't be the end of it. There will be more that needs to be done.
Well, I think that's what we're doing now. And I mean,
That's right.
with people coming out and telling us what the problems are, it's like, putting a finger on where the problem is. I mean, Ms. Matovic is talking about Palm Drive. I have videos of Palm Drive. I have videos of the water coming from the back, from the front, and all over the place. And the same with Lambert, and we can go down any part of the street. The gentleman on 11th Street, we didn't even know he had a check valve that's supposed to be in there until all the water is coming to his house and floods his house 4 feet. So, these are the things that we're identifying, but again, I think it's what we're all saying is we have to prioritize them and see, well, where we're going to which hole are we going to put our thumb in order to stop it at this particular period. But I think we're all on the same page as far as doing that.
Well, kind of, but what I was mentioning that I would kind of propose to the body is a larger thing. The priority umbrella expand, and we address all the areas that we're actually responsible for. If it's a pipe that exists, then it needs to work correctly. And if it's designed wrong, then it needs fixed. And at least we do that. And I'm not even talking a priority. It's just a blanket fell swoop. We're going to have to bite the bullet, pull some money from reserves, and get that done. We can't go anymore. I just want to see what y'all thought. Shane's got thoughts.
Yeah, that happens from time to time. I agree that we need to fix what can be fixed, but I would like, no offense, you're not an engineer, neither am I, neither are any of us. And so it can sound really nice that we put a valve here or there or whatever. I need an engineer to tell me this is what has to be done. It's a citywide problem. It's not a South Flagler Avenue problem. Debbie and I gave out meals on South Ocean Palm Drive.
Palm Drive.
And I went home and I cried. Yes, there was problems on Lambert and on Palm Drive. We got too many palms. But I need an engineer, a professional who actually understands water and stormwater and what can be done and what can't be done to lay out an entire program for me. And then I'm certainly willing to go into reserves because that's what they're for.
I think we're on the same page with that. I guess the question of the body would be, are you all okay with pulling from reserves and making this an expedited, larger project?
I'm for it. I just think that we need to have an idea how much we're going to pull from the reserves.
But I need first to hear from an engineer, this is what needs to
Well, I
be
think
done
that's
before
part
we
of
look
But
at
isn't that what Lee's,
That's
that's what Lee's working on, that's what Lee's working on, so.
Lee is doing that, but there will be what I'm saying is there will be a couple of steps to that. We started the discussion about the valves, which is important. We need to do that. But then what we found in troubleshooting that is that there are other associated with that because of the elevations of the pipe. So it may be that we have to go even further. So we'll get the information, but then we'll dig further in there, and I agree. There's about 4 areas that come to mind, but maybe there are more. As we have this discussion, we'll identify them, we'll kind of see what the appropriate fix is, because you don't want to spend money if it's not going to fix it. So we want to put the funds that we do draw down on the right corrections. And that's what we want to try and get at, and we are moving forward on that process.
Well, I think that's, here again, I think we're all singing the same tune, so we can probably move on, but we're talking about priorities and which area, and I think that was one of the questions, like, how do you prioritize which area gets fixed first? And it all goes back to our engineer going out to the different areas, making note of which areas are underwater, which areas need the valves, which areas are just, new problems, and then putting the resources there to take care of that. So I think we all kind of concur with that as far as doing that. Trying to move down the list here. There was a comment about the bridge lights. They've been taken care of, and thanks to Vinny and Jennifer and the other staff members who went out there on their own and was able to get it done. Just another example of how our staff bust their tails and go beyond what they're supposed to do. The tennis court lights, Mr. Woodson, you got noted that you can take care of that.
Yes, sir. Breakers is the electrician that has been working on this, and they have them up, fixed, and I was happy about that, and then something happened. They've been called back. We are working with them to get them back out there as far as the tennis court nets and all like that. Those tennis courts were overflowed with water from the intercoastal during the storm events, and we've contacted the fence company that's going to make the repair, and so that's all in motion. But again, we get beat up as staff like we're not doing anything when we're waiting on a contractor to get out and get the job done. So it's frustrating for us and frustrating for the residents because you don't know that. We're trying our best to get a hold of the contractors and get these things done, but they have other demands in these storms, and it's just backing the system up. So please know that we are working on that.
Last comment on that particular speaker was a year-end report. I think you're working on that, the year-end report on the budget.
Oh, yeah, that'll be in we usually give it in January.
Okay, there's another speaker that was talking about the stormwater. Again, that seems to be the topic of discussion because we had a lot of problems with that. Reviewing the calculations on Palm Drive, analysis of the stormwater itself, and all of that has to do with the Palm Drive and also connected with the garden/veranda bay. I know there's some huge problems over there. And a lot of water, and there was a video of the water that was actually running through Veranda Bay like a raging river. So that's something that will probably have to be addressed with Mead and Hunt. I think that, and I'll talk to you off-site on this because, as well as the city attorney, but there's something else that's going on with that particular issue as well. I can't discuss.
Yeah, Mead and Hunt is waiting on some data from the developer to finish their analysis.
Okay. All right, sure.
And Al, this isn't your department, but you can probably help with insight on all the numbers that were talked about that Veranda Bay was submitting for St. John's Water Management. That's all county engineering has all that stuff, I would assume, right?
No, it's not county.
Well, it has to be county. It's in county.
It is the Water Management District.
Hold on. Yep.
So, but I would assume county engineers have all of that data. I'm talking to Al, please. Al.
They should. I can follow up on
Yeah, I think that would just be good for everybody to know.
Yeah, no, the part of it that I looked at, a lot of it had to be approved by the Water District Management. And when I looked at the plan that they had as well, I was somewhat satisfied with what the plan was going to be, but I'm not sure, and, Drew can probably look at this again as well, but from what I can see they're doing now, I don't see the plan being implemented, and it's causing a lot of severe water being shifted into the residents of Flagler Beach. So that's a major problem that's happening right here. And the storm itself is a typical example, because all of the water ran from the intercoastal across Veranda, down through the woods, into the wetlands area back there, and then flowed back down Palm Drive onto the residents. So that's the major problem that we're having with Veranda Bay right now, as far as that particular part is concerned. So I think it's something we probably have to look at and maybe talk to the county about it.
Because they're the ones that are, them and St. John's Water Management will end up doing the enforcement of that.
Right. Okay, where are we?
We covered a lot of it in other places, so.
Stars on the
CRA lights, I could cover that one.
The what?
The CRA lights.
Okay, well, I was down to Carolyn, where she made some comments about Snack Jacks, and thanks for trying to head off that and reacting to what's going on down. It's pretty bad. I drove down there as well. I was just amazed. It's terrible. It's terrible. So hopefully we can get that under control with the state. And
would it be appropriate for me to ask the board a question about that?
Sure.
When it comes to that situation, we volunteered to do the site prep so that the Tiger Dam could be deployed. We'll have to go out and get prices for that, bring it back, but it basically involves getting that debris out of the way so that the Tiger Dam can sit there between the ocean and their property. And so that won't be cheap. And I do not know if that is FEMA reimbursement eligible, but I really feel like it's the right thing to do. And it's really up to this board, depending on what the price is, for us to use the emergency powers to do that.
Have you been in touch with Daytona Beach Shores? Because
Commissioner,
I know that they did that.
So I actually put an email in, and I was actually going to put that in commission comment. I was actually going to forward the information over to the mayor, maybe to have a conversation with their mayor. She actually responded to me in like minutes when I actually asked that same question about the Tiger Dams. She said just to give her a call, but I felt like maybe I'm not trying to task our mayor, but I thought maybe it might be a mayor to mayor type of conversation about how the Tiger Dams and things are.
I was thinking city manager.
Okay.
City manager.
Okay. Well, I mean then.
Not to say the mayors, but
I reached out to their mayor. I actually talked to Mr. Whitson about it, that I was going to reach out because one of the areas I actually expressed those same concerns was down on the south end of the,
Yeah, I'm concerned. It looks like it's going to work. Yeah. But who paid for it? How did it get done?
I will tell you what I know at the moment.
Okay.
The state will pay for the Tiger Dams. They will deploy them. They will work to help maintain them, all that. The preparation is really key, because they have to be flushed to the ground, otherwise the water will come underneath. They'll anchor them down. I think the longest anchors they have is about 4 to 5 feet. This is all, and this is straight from DEM. It's all an experiment. They don't know if they're going to work, but it's better than sitting back and twiddling our thumbs. It's better than just saying, okay, see you later, ocean, take this building away. I think the right thing to do is to try. And they've so far held up, but we haven't had a really super bad storm yet since they've been deployed, and it looks like we have a window of good weather. So my feeling is I can't guarantee they will work based on what I've seen and what we did we deployed them to protect our own public works building. And our experience was, because we didn't prepare the ground, the water seeped underneath. So that was where I got the idea of doing the prep, and the state was on board with that. So if we can go that far, I think the state has verbally told me they will deploy the Tiger dams, and they're just going to go through the process of getting the DEP permit to allow it to happen.
May I say
What about the Tiger Dam that we currently have?
It went back to the state.
Okay.
It was a state asset.
Okay.
Yeah, it went back to the state.
Okay,
May I just say one thing?
come up to the mic, please.
All right, thank you.
We're going to have to
Yeah,
move on.
and
'cause
it'll be
a lot of
fast.
stuff. Okay.
The important part of this whole thing is that we as property owners can then fix our property, stabilize the building, because right now it's going to go in the ocean, right? Everybody knows it. If we do the Tiger Dam, all we want is time. That gives us time to stabilize the north and south end, which are in terrible shape.
Okay.
That's all. We need time so we can breathe and sleep at night, and just like all the other folks here want. But it's that dire at this point. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr.
Sure. Okay, TPO assistance, I think the note was, we took note of that, and we'll be discussing with you on, I think didn't he take your number? Mr. Sherman. That's Mr. Sherman, he's on the TPO, so he'll be discussing that with you. Federal help, like I said before, we're not turning down anybody's help. We're not turning down any money, as long as it's legal. So we're out, we're working on as many, as many grants as we possibly can. CRA lights, I think the CRA is working on that, on replacing of all the lights in the CRA.
They were all identified under our FEMA report as a loss to the city, and we're going through that process.
Okay, I'm not going to get into the golf carts thing, but if you want to talk about the process that we use, and Drew, you can address that as far as not being in the ordinance.
Well, I was just going to ask, would you like us to put the ordinance on an upcoming agenda, and then you can look at the ordinance, see if there's any changes you want me to make?
Sounds like a plan to
Okay,
me.
let's do that.
Okay,
Yeah,
I have a comment.
I have a golf cart.
You could do that if it's necessary, but I'm looking right at the code, section 1961, minimum required equipment. How are we going to issue you a permit if we don't know you have the minimum required equipment, which is all listed out?
I think the commenter's point was, well, I came in the first time. Once you verified that I had it the first time, why do you have to keep on bringing it in? It wasn't on the renewal, and that's why I thought, put it on the agenda, we can discuss that. If there's tweaks that they want to make, then we can make those tweaks.
So I never have to replace brakes or tires on
I
my car?
understand. That's why I said put it on the agenda. We can have that discussion on the agenda.
I mean,
Your car doesn't get inspected every year. Why would you inspect something that goes 15 miles an hour?
And that's why I said maybe you want to put it on the agenda so we can have those conversations on an agenda item, yeah.
It depends.
Well, I think there's fair debate, and that's why I think it's a good agenda item.
Put it on the agenda, we can discuss it and go over it.
Yeah.
I don't have a golf cart.
Penny's very passionate about it.
I got a dune buggy.
Well, just, there's attorney fee for reviewing it, there's $500 advertisement, looking for something that's common sense.
No, it's not common sense. The speaker had a very good point. Why are we inspecting golf carts every single solitary year?
I'll tell you why, because I've seen some that didn't have turn signals working. I mean, if you want me to interject, I'll say that. I think it's a fair thing that they should be inspected.
Why would you have a stricter inspection process? Oh, I'm going to finish my sentence. Why would you have a more strict inspection process than you do for a car?
Because that golf cart is competing with a 3,500-pound vehicle.
Which doesn't need inspected.
That's my point. Anyway, that's why we're going to put it on the ordinance, isn't it?
I think we covered everything.
I think we've covered everything.
There's Mr. Strite.
One was that, Mr. Strite?
He was, I know I don't mean to interject here, Mr. Chairman, but we did have a meeting with him in May. The Chief Downey was there, myself, Mr. Whitson, Katie as well, and we did, I know things have happened and there was a meeting to be followed up in August. And, I think we do need to follow through with that meeting that was, follow-up meeting with him. And, to his point, one of the items that was really hammered home in that meeting was about silt line fencing and, different things within our environment. And one of the points that, he actually passed a note here was that, the pipes were silted over, and that was, his point is due to no silt fencing. And it was just different things that were brought up in that meeting that I think there could be continued conversation. I know a lot of things have transpired between May and now, but there was a meeting to be scheduled with them back in August after budget. So I do think that he should be afforded that meeting at some point in time.
Go ahead.
Okay, right now, this 2 pages of notes that I have, I'm sure everybody has too, that we all said that this man has to take care of. I'm not saying he shouldn't meet with anybody. What I'm saying is that right now, we wasn't counting on storms. He wasn't counting on a lot of things. So I remember Commissioner Cooley asking the Strides if they have this long list of items that they have a problem with, could the commission be provided with that list? I haven't seen it. I don't know.
He sent it to me right before the first storm. I got a number of emails. I can forward them all. I still have them.
Yeah, please do that, because I thought it was supposed to come to all of us.
You just send it to the city clerk, and the city clerk can distribute it to the commission.
Okay.
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 Yes, there should be a meeting. I don't think this week, next week, or even next month is.
Well, I think if we can see the emails too, maybe we can address a lot of them.
I can get that depending tomorrow.
Okay, that'll be fine.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you need a break, or do you want to keep going?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want a break?
5 minutes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's take a break for
Yeah.
a 10-minute break.
I need to cool down.
Okay, we're going to be on a break for about 10 minutes.
I need to cool down. Really, I have a podcast.
Yeah, that sounds good.
We're back from recess. Break. It's kind of cool up here, isn't it?
I don't know what, my fur coat, I think I kept, and I brought my sweater, thank God, it's like freezing.
Okay, we can move on into the consent agenda.
All of these.
Okay, go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. What's left of it.
I would like to, yep. Pull number 9, and 11, and 12.
Okay, so you want to pull number 9, 11, and 12? Okay. Okay, we have any comments from the public on the consent agenda, on the items that are left, 7, 8, and 10?
11.
And 11.
No, I pulled 11.
She
Oh, you
pulled
pulled
11.
Okay.
Okay, Sam, now we bring back to the commission for a motion on those two items.
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda 7, 8, and 10.
Second.
Got a motion and a second? We can just do a roll on it. Okay.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy.
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley.
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Sherman.
Yes.
Chair Bryan.
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to the, Jane, you want to discuss that?
Yeah, number 9,
Number
it's
9?
just a correction. The Monday meeting, the Martin Luther King birthday is on the 16th, not on the 23rd. At least according to my phone. So that was all on that one. Should we just go on and then?
Yeah, just go ahead and we'll just.
We'll approve as amended, please.
Okay.
Well, and the question I had about 9 was there's item 13 under days observed, which is listed as optional holiday. Thought that was odd.
Employees are given a personal day. They can use it anytime, their birthday, Christmas, whenever. But that's what that is.
Or religious that's not normally observed or something.
That's really
like
why it exists, is for that
that. Okay,
reason, yes.
that's what I thought. Okay, any other comments on number 9? Okay, we want to move to 11?
We're asked to approve something that we don't have the contract for.
There's no contract there?
You want me to explain that? Okay. Lee, come up and help me with this, but my understanding is that this grant, this is a portion of the overall grant, and this is for the soft costs for the design and layout of the project. Is that on target, sir?
Yes. I was at an LMS meeting today, just this afternoon, actually, and some folks from FDEM were there and gave us a presentation, the LMS group. And it seems that FEMA has changed the way they're doing things, to the better.
LMS stands for the Local Mitigation Strategy.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you knew what that was.
Well, so they know.
Okay.
There's a local committee that this has to go through before it flows into the plan, and then the plan is adopted, and then makes it eligible for federal funding.
Right. It's a county group, and all the municipalities are members of it, but that's beside the point. Excuse me. The way FEMA operated in the past is that you put a project application together, and that must include a detailed analysis of the costs. It goes through the loops. It has to be LMS approved. It has to have an endorsement from the county, because the county is the recipient, okay? We're the sub-recipient. And then it goes to FEMA, and then it disappears in that black hole there for up to a year to 2 years. And if and when they finally get around to approving, they held you to those numbers that you did 2 years prior to that. And these past 2 years have been especially horrible with escalating prices and all the issues that supply issues that are occurring and so forth and so on. Anyway, to make a long story short, they would make you apply for additional funding. Then they do another benefit cost analysis of it. And if you know what the formula for benefit cost analysis is, the benefits are the numerator of a fraction, the costs are the denominator of a fraction, okay? If the numerator stays the same and the denominator increases, the number gets smaller. In order for the process, for the project to be considered to be economically feasible, that number must be greater than or equal to 1.0 when you do the evaluation, okay?
So in other words, for every federal dollar you spend, you have to show $1.01 value back. So you can see if numbers change, how that really messes with their BCA.
Exactly. They've changed the way they're doing it now. And this grant that I've been working on forever, it seems, like since I've been here, this particular grant was under the COVID disaster. And the COVID disaster was one of the ones that the Biden administration changed the share ratio, 90% federal, 10% local. So we are only paying 10% for this grant, which is amazing if you think about it, okay? However, what they are doing now is they're breaking it into two phases. One phase is for the, like Mr. Whitson said, the soft costs, which is design, engineering, plan preparations, permitting, and bidding. Okay, that's the important one, the bid. Once that's accomplished, phase one is over, now you go into phase two, and they have the actual numbers rather than the estimate that was done 18 months prior or 2 years prior. I mean, they're smart. That's the way they should have been doing it. However, there now is an additional benefit cost analysis at that point. So they approve it on the estimates and then do another one when you get the actual numbers from a low bid, and then they do another one. Okay, so the costs have gone up, right? The denominator. Do the benefits change? Perhaps, but there's no guarantee. You do phase one, have it designed, you bid it, and they could say, well, the benefit cost analysis doesn't work for us. It's not economically feasible, so we're canceling the project. That's what happened to us with Wick Line, if you recall. We had a freebie on that one from the state, and they canceled it because the BCA, the second time they did it, didn't work.
I understand all that.
Can I ask a question? I think I can ask a question that gets to the point you're making, Jane.
Okay.
Lee, the recommendation in the staff report is to approve phase one of the FEMA HMGP grant to mitigate the section of South Flagler Avenue. If that's the motion that they make, does that give you what you need to keep moving forward?
Yes, it does.
But I think the council person's problem is that the agenda says approve an agreement, and there's not an agreement for them to review. But I think what Lee's really asking for is just to approve us moving forward with phase one.
Yes.
So if we were to change 11 to match the recommendation in the staff report, I think that resolves your concern.
Yeah. So it's approval based on a 90-10, move the ball down the field, see what happens.
We got 105,000, and our share of that is 10,500.
Yeah, no, I didn't question any of that.
No, I'm just...
I understood the difference between phase one and phase two.
Okay.
But when I'm asked to sign a contract that is being drafted and will be forwarded to the city, that makes me nervous. So I think Drew understood where I was going with that. So if we,
Yeah, I think it was just a loss in translation between what the actual staff request was and what made the agenda. Yeah, because if you look at the staff report, the request is to approve phase one.
okay. Okay.
Any other comments?
All right, that was 11. Now it's 12A, but.
12A?
Yeah. Because I had 12, but we got I had the same issue with 12, that we didn't have a contract, but now we do. And actually, I withdraw this one too, because we settled it during the CRA. So.
Any other comments on 12?
Eric had 12B that y'all added with the additions and deletions.
I have a question. Go ahead.
Okay, so 12B was, well, you have 12A, which is, so I had two concerns. I had a concern 12. I have reservation about just having it like an open account with these, I'm of the belief that if we need an engineer for something, it needs to be specific, and then we do that. I'm worried about if we just have this open agreement for a year, we potentially, as a city, can be going to them for all kinds of different things, and we are going to get really deep with expenses, even if they're below his $20,000 spending limit for all these different things. We keep going to them and going to them and going to them. And I think, there's a potential for overusage and putting us way out of line on budgeting. So for instance, 12B, which is the agreement for hiring somebody to be on the strike team. That's 12B. That was what he had for comment. It was $13,000. It's below his spending limit. They're going to sit in a handful of meetings. It'll cost us about $1,000 or more for, every Zoom meeting they do. So the concerns with 12B is, number one, it's too early. They're only in the conceptual discussions right now. The other concern is that I talked to numerous FDOT folks, and they're bringing in coastal engineers to the discussions of all these concepts. The core of engineers, in addition, is going to be there, and then a handful of other road engineers and everything. So there's 100 engineers there, and we're hiring our own engineer, and then it's just completely redundant. But not only that, you don't hire an engineer when you're discussing concepts. It's just, to me, that's premature. We would want to do that later in the process if there is a need. And so what I'm worried about is that rationale being applied to 12, which is the open agreement for a year with these folks for just anything we happen to need. And it gives me a lot of heartburn about the specifics and is it needed and where is this going to fall as far as budgeting goes. Hopefully that makes sense.
I understand, but are you saying that any and every time that we have a need for an engineer, that we have to bring it before the commission to approve?
No, but I think here's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a trend where we're going prematurely to get engineers. We had sand shift out on the beach. I wanted to hire a $20,000 engineer to tell us to dump sand on the beach. And there are things, I think we're just too fast to bring these folks in, that a lot of times when we're dealing with something that's going to put us over budget by $10,000, $20,000, we need to talk about it.
So you are saying that we bring it back to the commission for approval?
Depending on the amounts, yeah.
Well, I don't have a problem with that. I just want to make sure that we're not holding up. In other words, if we as a city or city manager, and maybe Lee has to go to a meeting and they're all engineers in there, if we don't have an engineer in there that has, in other words, a coastal engineer, if we don't have our own coastal engineer or someone there to to look out for our own interests, we could be losing out to some extent, even though the county may have that, their engineer and others. I'm just, looking at being devil's advocate just to make sure that we're covered. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I guess what we're saying is that we have to come back each time. Go ahead, Commissioner.
12 is asking, and maybe I'm not reading this right, we have this several-page list of engineers for various and sundry things. That, so we don't have to go through looking for an engineer when a particular problem comes up. So aren't we just renewing with them?
Is that the bidders
For
list?
that list?
Yep.
Wow,
It's
we
the
are
bidders list,
12.
right?
That's correct, Gene.
Okay.
Well, you're under putting, because anytime that something comes up that's below $20,000, it's right in here that he would use them, or can use them.
And I think that's the conversation, maybe to agenda and have as an agenda item, but that's the conversation to have. What I don't want to see do is throw the baby out with the bathwater on continuing engineering contracts, because they serve a purpose. They're dealt with specifically under CCNA and state law. So that we can use them, because when we are doing project-specific tasks for engineers, we are in Consultants Competitive Negotiations Act under state law, which costs more money, takes more time, and it does slow down reaction time. So I don't want to see you, I'm not staying out of the debate on the other things, but as to continuing engineering contracts, they serve a purpose, and if the concern is overuse, or how that plays with your where the manager can spend versus what he has to come to you for approval, I would deal with that issue, but not just throw out the concept of continuing engineering contracts, because they serve an important purpose in letting us respond to engineering when we need an engineer quickly. We can get an engineer quickly if we have a continuing engineering contract.
Right, that makes perfect sense.
It's usually typically less expensive that way, too.
Well, when we're doing CCNA bidding, it takes time and it takes money because it's an involved process.
Right. Okay, any other comments, Commissioners?
Well, if that's, so with what Drew's saying, then if that is the case, I would not be concerned about 12. My only other concern would be 12B.
Okay.
And 12B is what? Because we don't have that.
12B, well, they did put a copy of it up here.
It was the manager's, was it under?
That's 20.
And the mayor has a comment.
I did.
We moved it
Mine,
under changes.
on 12, it says the new agreement is forthcoming and you will distribute it next week. And it has the budgetary impact. Is that determined upon each time that we use the engineer, or it's a cost to get into a contract with them? It was just left blank, so I'm curious.
It's per time we use them.
Okay.
We don't pay them.
Right.
To retain,
They're not on
okay.
retainer. Yeah.
All right, so that was 12. Then we had 12A. I did not have any questions on. Then we had our new 12B, which is this Moffitt and Nickel for the $13,400. And my thought was, this is an actual quote from the Army Corps about when we had them on the phone. Their concern was, if we have the Army Corps' engineers, FDOT's engineers, we have our county engineer, his quote was, it's too many cooks in the kitchen. And that's my concern with then us bringing in Moffitt and Nickel, and that was their concern with the beach management. They're like, we have this, you don't want too many cooks in the kitchen. And I'm not in agreement with that, because again, I'm going to go with the Army Corps' decision on that.
Can you address that, Mr. Woodson?
Be happy to. Did you hear Al's presentation?
Yeah.
No,
Do you know
totally missed it.
how many complicated moving parts there are? Are you telling me that you totally 100% trust the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, FDOT, the county, to look out for the city of Flagler Beach's interest? They are looking out for our interests, yes, but they have their own interests. They have their own statutes. They have their own standards. They have their own missions. I want somebody advising me that will help me identify opportunities for us to maybe utilize a process to get a win, to get an additional amount of funding, to design the project in a way that it would have multiple uses. That's what I'm looking for. And I'm just sitting here telling you, yes, I'm sitting on these meetings, I'm going to these task forces, I'm doing the very best I can. But these folks are talking about levels up here and processes, coastal engineering, and all kinds of expertise that I just don't have. And I'm asking you for the support to be able to engage in that conversation and make a difference for this city. If you're telling me you totally trust those agencies to look out for your interest, then great, I will withdraw this request. But I feel like sitting there, having gone through all the meetings, trying to figure out where we're going to be with some of these things, I need that extra help to figure this stuff out and make sure that these projects are designed and lined up with our priorities as well.
So would these be, in some cases, different engineers?
Yes.
Okay.
One thing, and again, just to think about, I'm not taking a side on this one, but what Mr. Whitson just said made me think of something else that you as a body may want, or each of you individually really may want to consider. Is we did have Al's long presentation. We bring Al here for a reason, because Al is involved at a level and has an expertise at a level that the rest of us sitting out here don't. And so he comes to tell us what's going on. And with Mr. Whitson saying, he's sitting in on these meetings, part of why he's sitting in on these meetings is so he can come back and relay what's going on to you. If, he's not a coastal engineer, nobody on the city side is a coastal engineer, the people in this room who are in those meetings, if it's going over everybody's head, it gets hard for them to come back and report to you. So again, just a benefit that I'm hearing that you might receive as a body is if you have somebody that's on your payroll, so to speak, then you can say, hey, would you mind coming here and conveying this to our commission so you can have a fuller picture of what those experts are talking about that's going over all of our heads. Somebody that's here that you can ask to come here, and because they're on your payroll, they're on your dime, and can you explain this to us in terms that we all understand? So it's just something to think about. Again, I'm not taking a side on it. It's just something that I thought of and I wanted to share.
Go ahead, Commissioner Bailey.
Yeah, Drew reminded me of something. Al's presentation was terrific. But one thing that he talked about was the dune crossovers. I don't think he had the city of Flagler Beach's best interests in mind when he said what he said, that we shouldn't allow people to...
And that came from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, started there.
Okay, wherever it came from, because I know Al's not an engineer either. So I would feel more comfortable if somebody were there to represent us and the things that are important to the people of Flagler Beach.
Would the
that was
commission,
just an example.
would the commission feel more comfortable? I mean, I think he usually does it anyway, is before that particular process is used or that particular engineering firm is used, that he just sends us an email and says, this is what I'm doing. Just let it. I think you do it anyway, really. It's, in other words, I have this meeting coming up and I find it prudent that I should use this particular engineering firm because these kind of things are going to be discussed. I don't know.
Well, here's my thoughts.
He can't, I'm sorry, but he can't poll you guys. He can't say, I'm going to do this. He can't ask for permission because that's essentially polling the commission. He has to act independently on those things. He can't have quasi-meetings outside of the sunshine.
Thanks for the sunshine. Didn't apply to the legislature.
So here's the thing.
Oh, forget
it. We're not there. That's my entire argument. The conversations are just now beginning on rough concepts. And the point I'm making is if we get to the point where all these fancy high-paid guys start talking about something and really coming to a consensus on maybe this is the way to go, and if that's above his head because he's sitting in the meeting and he says, I need additional info on this, then we hire the engineer. But if, let's say they all sit there and they're like, hey, we need to do a Berry seawall like we did on North Side, and Army Corps says, cool, we'll incorporate that in our project. Is anybody going to have a problem with that?
I'm not an engineer.
Let me tell you something. The conversation's already started. And the Army Corps of Engineers today on the conference call said, if you put a seawall out there, then you may jeopardize the funding basis for the beach restoration project.
They said that 10 years ago.
What I'm saying is there's a lot of delicate matters that have to be navigated here, and I am looking for technical advice to represent you in that discussion. So, you know, I can't wait until, you know, weeks and months later. These discussions are happening now. I need information now so that I can keep you posted and look out for our interests, and that's all I'm asking for. If you feel like that these agencies will act on their own to do that and you trust them, well then okay. I trust them too, but there are certain things that they get to decide or determine or focus on that may not exactly match up with what we would like to see.
So, Mr. Whitson, just to be clear here, for this coastal engineer, you're looking at this for more of the strike here, correct?
Strike team, and then all of the other things that are going to fall out of that, the beach nourishment. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of connections, and it's that engineer's job to come up to speed on all of those projects and advise us as to what they would do, what's the right route here, what's the right medicine, what's the right approach, so that we can take advantage of what is a pretty unique opportunity at the end of the day. This strike team has access to millions and millions of dollars, as well as then you heard the presentation about the Army Corps of Engineers and what their plans are, and how you navigate that and how you blend it together is going to make a difference to this city.
So I guess my question then back to you would be, do you think, I mean, if the Army Corps of Engineers has something set, right, in their mind, do you think that a coastal engineer acting on our interests would change their mind? I mean, you know, it's like we're going toe to toe with the federal government here and some of these things. I know these are hypotheticals, but I'm just trying to think out loud here. Is it, you know, it sounds as though maybe their minds might be set regardless of if we spend, you know, bring in this engineer. I mean, again, I know this isn't the planning process. Just trying to think these things through, you know, just to look at it all from a few different angles.
Well, I mean, you know, I'm going to go back to a question I asked when Al was here, when he said that there may be some recommendations as far as, and he did. He said, you know, I would ask that you think about whether or not you're going to approve walkovers privately. And the question I asked and the comment I made was, so what are you saying is that we should have some clear communications with what's going on and what's being recommended, because there is discussions about some type of a wall, but here again, if the Corps of Engineers or someone else is saying, you know, it could jeopardize the renourishment, then I mean, there needs to be some conversation there on some recommendations, because also the question is, do we have alternatives for people to gain access to the beach? Do we know what that's going to be? Do we know how to communicate that with the Corps of Engineers or anyone else, DEP? Or do we need an engineering firm to say, there's some alternatives that we would recommend as to, rather than jeopardizing the whole project or not being able to do this is what we could possibly do. I'm just looking for, you know, are these the kinds of conversations that this kind of engineer or somebody would be able to recommend? Because the Corps might say, you know what, we don't want any more walkovers in there, period. If you do, you're going to jeopardize the whole beach renourishment project.
And just for example, perhaps we bring back a different design or a way to do the project that would accomplish the Corps' mission and satisfy our publics, our citizens. That's the kind of expertise I need, and I can't wait on it. These discussions are happening now, and we have, between now and hopefully next summer, there's going to be a lot of changes out on that beach, hopefully to the good. And bringing in over 1 million cubic yards of sand is going to be a big deal if we can keep that moving forward.
So,
James I'm sorry, do you mind? James asked a question that sparked another thought for me, and I don't know with engineers if this works the same way. I assume that it does, but again, just something to think about. I'm not trying to say one way is better than the other, but to that question of, would it be helpful to have somebody, you know, do you think they'd be able to change the Corps' mind? And there are times when in these meetings we have a legal issue come up, and maybe it's Dennis, or it's, it's Jay, or it's Al, or somebody on the other side, and I will say, let me talk to Dennis. Let me see and when lawyer to lawyer talks, sometimes, yes, we do find solutions that weren't there on the front of things. So again, I don't know if it would work that way here, but yes, I do know that sometimes when you have people that speak the same language, that you are able to find, and it's not even a trust thing. It's not even, well, the Corps is going to do something that Flagler Beach would be unhappy about. It's just having somebody there who speaks the same language, who asks that one perfect question that leads to, oh yeah, there is an off-ramp here. So sometimes, yes, it does happen.
Okay, so I had two things. So if that is the case, then my other argument is over $1,000 per meeting, I think is ridiculous. You don't even pay that for a lawyer, and lawyers are extremely overpaid. Sorry, but no, I mean, it's an absurd amount of money per meeting. The other thing is what has been discussed in these meetings so far that you need an engineer for?
Well, today it came up about the pier and the clearance that was be needing for their equipment to access the beach and where they were going to access the beach and the timing of all of that. There was the dune walkover conversation that occurred today, and those are the first two conversations. I imagine there'll be a lot more conversations that'll come up, and we've just kind of jumped on board this train. So I can't predict what all they will be. I just know that to represent your interests, I feel like I need access to better information, and information that, like he said, engineer to engineer, we can work through a problem, or no, we know that there's a hard stop there, and we're not going to change the government's mind. I mean, I don't know where those hard edges are. Okay, but a coastal engineer might be able to help me navigate that and avoid a problem or take advantage of something that was already in the work plan. That's what I'm talking about.
So can you get it for a reasonable amount of money?
Well, he's sitting in the audience now. I guess that's about, negotiate with him, but I mean, it's not $1,000 a meeting. I'm going to work him like a rented mule. I mean, this is not going to be just sitting there in a meeting. I'm going to be talking to him all the time and emailing him and making him work for that fee.
So that was just a number. In other words, if it's a 5 or 6 hour meeting, then that would generally cover that kind of a
lot of meetings, a lot of emails, a lot of conversations.
Well, no.
And he's right.
The contract is very specific.
Well, there's a contract, and then there's what we do. And this is the right firm because the access to the beach has to go under that pier. And who's designing the pier? Moffitt Nickel. So that was the nexus. That was what the tie was.
It does say 12 meetings, but then the next bullet says review information prepared and provide technical recommendations.
There's my wide open truck that I'm going to drive. So.
And then they have to read 2 concept figures for informational purposes. So it's not just the 12 meetings.
Got a question. Can we have him come up and just give us a brief, what typically would be covered?
You, Mr. Chairman, sir.
I'm just requesting.
It's a good request.
You're up, Gabe.
Because we've been talking about you, so.
Gabriel Perdomo, Moffitt Nickel, a.k.a. rented mule.
Yeah, I just like to have just a general idea. You've heard the discussion we're talking about. I mean, so we're just trying to navigate through this to see what the justification would be.
Absolutely. So the way that I understand it, there are meetings that are taking place for the strike team between the city and the county and then some other stakeholders and interest groups. Mr. Whitson has some questions, about what's going on in these meetings, the directions, and, and some technical questions from the city's perspective on some of the ideas that are being floated around and how they may affect the city and whether or not, we would offer some technical recommendations that are either, different or if we agree with some of the things that they have been asking. And then also there's the relationship on, how does the pier play into all of these things, just, on either side of these beach nourishment programs. And so from what I understand, Moffett-Nichol would be providing these technical services. We would have pre-meetings, we would have post-meetings so that we could collaborate internally, make sure we've got the city's interests understood, and then that we can assist Mr. Whitson during these meetings in understanding the content. And then from those meetings, taking any technical recommendations, and reviewing those, maybe providing some alternatives, by way of figures or, whatever the city needs during the course of these next 3 months to be able to develop these solutions and take that next step.
Okay, so like, for example, one of the things that Mr. Hadid talked about this evening was having access under the pier with heavy equipment. During that particular meeting, I think that came up today or yesterday.
There was a conference call today. I didn't invite you. Because you weren't under contract yet.
So, I mean, something like that, in the middle of a meeting like that, when the Army Corps or whomever it is saying, we're ready to move forward on this, but we're not sure whether or not we're going to be able to gain access under the pier with the heavy equipment and the security or whatever else is involved. Is that the kind of assistance you'd be providing at that time to say, okay, we can respond to that right now in order to move forward?
Absolutely.
That kind of thing?
And something we could also keep in the back of our mind as we're developing the design and the construction documents for the pier itself, if there's any overlap on those projects.
For example, we were talking about, one example is talking about the disassembling of the pier, the demolition. Well, we got a timing concern there because we don't want to be doing the demolition when maybe we're trying to do beach renourishment, or maybe we need to be timing it in a certain way. I mean, these are the kinds of things that I need access to experts to advise me on how to slice that pie and make sure that we don't get in the way of the Army Corps and vice versa. Plans of the Army Corps don't run counter to where we're going with our project.
Okay, I'm trying to move forward here. So, Commissioner, I'm just throwing out some ideas here. Would you feel more comfortable if it was like, instead of $1,000 a meeting, it would be on an hourly basis or something of that nature? Being more specific on the timeline and not just saying.
Yeah, I think that's a better route to go than a lump sum.
Okay. And then
It
that
might
way,
end up being more.
well, it could, but by the same token, I mean.
Right. I mean, then we would work with them on a as-needed basis. When we have questions, we reach out and you can get us the information we need, and whatever time it takes to prepare that, then we would compensate them for it.
Would that work, Mr. Whitson? And
however y'all want to do it is fine. Jeff says, who's watching the meeting online, he goes, safety of the beach during the hauling period. I guess you understand what hauling period is, but again, there's a lot of moving parts here and a lot of potential for conflict that we have to plan out and look for. And I just need these guys to help us, navigate this space. So however you want to do it.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
If it were an hourly rate, what do you think the hourly rate would be per engineer?
We can provide that. It would be
Give me a round number, an estimate.
$200 an hour.
That's what I was thinking.
Doesn't take many hours to get up to $13,000. Yeah, I'm saying I think hourly is going to cost you more.
I think it is too.
Within this time frame, it's up to y'all. This is a finite amount of time. This is for 12 meetings. Period.
No, it's for these other
Well, and they're going to supply reports afterwards.
Right, and the drafting, if he's hourly, this is coming from somebody who works hourly. If he's on an hour, if he's working hourly, every minute he's spending preparing for a meeting, you're paying for. Every minute he's writing that report, you're paying for. So it is, I don't speak to you this bluntly. It's going to cost more if you make it hourly.
Okay.
Well, I think we have.
Administrative fees, when he has his secretary prepare a letter, you're paying for that. I mean, it's the same, maybe their cost might be different than Mont McDonald, but you have a list here showing you from the Mont Mac contract what they charge for. A copy. You charge for copies, don't you?
I don't, but.
Okay, I mean, that's why I threw it out there, so we can have something to compare it with, so you know.
Well, I think we have to respect what Drew just said,
If you're looking for a bargaining point, I would see if maybe maybe if there's a discussion on scope and cost, that be, but I think hourly is, I think you're cutting off your nose to spite your face with if you go to hourly on it.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the commission?
Open it to public comment.
Well, I'm asking you first. Okay, good? Okay. All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, we'd like to open this up for public comment at this time.
And as long as you're on this one, are you also opening 9, 11, and 12 because you haven't closed out
9,
those?
11, and 12.
John Haran, 209 South 4th Street. The one thing I would just say that if you, a friend of mine said this, if you don't have a seat at the table, you're going to be on the menu. And really, the beach is a really important thing. And one of the things I just know in working with governments is that when they start going, and they start moving forward in a couple of months and you try to jump in, they've already got the inertia moving forward. So I would advise Shirley, get a seat at the table.
We have a seat at the table now.
With our own engineer, is that otherwise you're going to be on the menu.
Thanks, John.
Steve Daly, I would only probably say if you could negotiate the length of the contract, if you think you need to get a lot done at the front, so you say 16 weeks. But I would do a salary concept. If you could wear them out, you wear them out. I mean, for that price is how you do it. Anybody that's been on a salary knows you're 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So you just got to do it that way. If you pay hourly, you get bits and pieces and you're going to chew up your $12,000 fast. So I would just go try to negotiate the whole contract to a right time frame to get your project where you want it, and then get the price and then use them every day.
Bruno, 27 block. A couple of days, I'm going to pat myself on the back because I brought it up in numerous meetings about the trucks going under the pier, how it would be an issue because I sat next to their senior manager that day, and we looked at each other, and I said that to him. How do you get the trucks under the pier when you're building the pier? So the Army Corps is already saying, this is what we're going to get. You're not going to tell the Army pier, you're not going under our pier. You're going to design this pier to accommodate that. The second thing was, that's it. Things that I brought up seem to be coming to the table now about this pier and the sand replenishment. So I just think it's going to be a big project, you know? It's going to be a lot of things together. Then we're going to talk about the hotel soon. That's probably going to go about the same time. So it's going to be a cluster. You know the word I was going to use, but I'm not using it, okay?
Proud of you.
Thanks.
Thanks for your time.
Anyone else?
I must say the hourly wage is only going up. That's all.
All right, thank you.
Rick Bellumer, Flagler Beach. Does this mean I get 9 minutes?
9 seconds.
I'm talking about 3 different items here. Well, let me start with item 11, that mitigation grant. We've been working on that for 3 years. I don't know if this is part of that thought process or not, but you've got the Public Works building and you've got the maintenance building that have been underwater numerous times and wouldn't have happened if we had moved them across the river like we had planned years ago. So as far as you're talking about mitigating flooding issues, maybe they should be included. All right. 12, the engineering services, the renewal. Commissioner Cooley said it was for a year. It's for 2 years. I would suggest you only go for 1 year. It also has a rate schedule in there that's from 2022, not what it'll be in 2023 or 2024. So the previous contract wasn't for 2 years. I think you ought to stick with a year on that. 12B. You know, I was a little concerned when I first read this that you were looking for technical recommendations based on the content of the material. And you got so many other engineers at the table. I know, I assume that, I don't know for a fact, but I would assume that county engineers there as well. You know, and FDOT's engineers, probably multiples of them. But what happens, you know, that's a 3-month span. So will the task force be done by then? Or are we going to have to cough up another $13,000 to keep going? So that's something else to think about. There are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, bring it back. Oh, you're coming up?
Do I need to state my name? Okay, Chris Novak, City of Flagler Beach, also private resident, 205 South Central. So my previous job before I came to, in the past, was I worked for an engineering firm that did marinas and did design work all over the world. So one thing I wanted to say is that definitely if you go the hourly rate, it's going to cost you a lot more. The second thing is, it is a very complex situation. So we only have one opportunity to get this right. We can't go back and redo something that's this costly and this important to our community. So I think that those are some factors to weigh in. You know, there are a lot of conversations that will take place. There is a lot to go on in the design of it and the staging of it. This pier replacement is going to be a beast of a project. So I think those are some things to take consideration of.
Thank you. Anyone else? See, now we'll bring it back. Question. The 2-year contract, is that binding? I'm sorry, I didn't see Penny's hand.
Just have an explanation for the 2-year contract. So every 5 years, I put a request for qualifications out for the various engineers and services. Right. All those people are on that list. Part of that RFQ states, and it's in the letter that's attached in your packet, that if awarded a contract, the first one is for 2 years, and then each year after that can be awarded individually on a 1-year basis, not to exceed a 5-year period. Okay. Every 5 years, I put out a new RFQ. This is starting this part over again. The last one I did was in 2016. So this is a new one from the RFQ I put out at the beginning of this year.
So the contract itself, is it locking in the cost of services?
Yes.
Which I would assume?
Correct. And so with a continuing engineering contract,
right,
you use the engineer when you want to use the engineer. So if you have, okay, so they're not exclusive contracts. So if you might have a 2-year continuing engineering contract and that engineer falls out of your favor and you start using another one, they can't say boo about it.
That's my next question. Yeah. Okay.
And we have a couple of these going. We have it with Mead Hunt. We had it with, I can't think of the name of them right now. The one who used to do the stormwater, Lee. But anyway. Yeah, no, because Mead Hunt just did the one on Palm Drive. CPH. We have one with CPH, right. Alliant Engineering. It's just
okay.
I'm going to.
Any more discussions?
I'm going to recommend that we take each of them separately because I think the votes are going to go differently.
Okay. I couldn't hear what she said.
She wants to take each one separately.
I'm sorry, Penny.
12A.
9. I'm going to. That was just an editorial change. So I make a motion. We approve number 9 as amended.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Please call the roll, Penny.
I'm starting over, I don't know. Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Chair Bryan?
Yes, and the motion carries unanimously.
Who was the second on that, I'm sorry?
Me.
Yep. Okay, next item.
Number 11, I make a motion, we approve the agreement between FDM, Litigation Bureau, all those folks.
Second.
Okay, I'm reading, because I'm not
She read the
speaking
item.
into the mic.
It's all that.
Approve 11.
Yeah, approve 11. Thank you, Drew.
Got a second?
Seconded it.
Okay, Commissioner Cooley seconded.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes, and the motion carries.
Did we pull 12, all of 12? Okay, so we vote on them separate, right? Move approval of number 12,
Just base 12, not 12A, just base 12.
just 12.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes, and the motion carries unanimously.
Move approval of 12A.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes, and the motion carries.
Move approval of 12B.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Fine, y'all made good points.
Chair Bryan?
Yes.
Yep.
I think it was a very good discussion, and motion carries. I think it's very important that we work out the final details.
Agreed.
Okay, we're going to move on to general business. Receive an update regarding the proposed Margaritaville Hotel. Where's Larry? Did Larry leave?
Wake the man up.
Yeah. Pass my bed now. I just, you know, how you doing? A lot of doom and gloom tonight. So maybe some of what I have to say will add to that gloom for those people that are opposed to the hotel, but for those that are in favor of the hotel, happy to announce that that project is definitely moving forward. Do have some timelines for you. Actually, last week, we met with the owner as well as the architectural team and an engineer. Also spoke with the architect today and the owner to get some last minute information to make sure what I conveyed tonight is accurate. So where we stand right now is on December 16th, the architects will submit to the general contractor for the job, Wellbro Building Construction Company. They will be the builders. They will go over and QA/QC the final plans along with the owner. The owner then must take those plans to corporate, which is Margaritaville, the franchise owner, to get their blessings on the final plans and any revisions to the building plans that may have been made. And when I speak to changes to the building plans, nothing to do with the exterior elevations. These are all interior items that they may have to take a second look at, and if they do change some things around, because they do have certain requirements, they being Margaritaville, they will make those adjustments. They're hoping to have that process completed by the end of January, looking to submit to the City of Flagler Beach for building permit sometime in February, perhaps early March. We're looking at an approximately 2-month review process of those building plans to obtain a building permit. It appears at this time that the plan reviews will be outsourced to a third party. I'm not aware of who that or what that company or who those individuals may be at this point in time, but we're allocating roughly 2 months. So to actually begin groundbreaking on the site, we're looking at sometime April. So very late March or the month of April. We also have meetings set up, what we call site logistic meetings, that will be taking place on a regular basis. Those meetings will begin once the building plans are submitted to the building department. Because then, we know the clock is ticking, and we can get more accurate responses as far as the general contractor and his expectations of his subcontractors and how they will actually dress the site. And what I mean by that is to set up their individual offices, their staging locations, and so forth. But under that umbrella of logistics, there's a lot of sub-items. Actually, it's going to involve a team from the city of Flagler Beach, virtually every department, from Public Works to Finance. They'll all be involved. They'll all be involved with the meetings, and that's to make certain that, number one, the project flows smoothly. This is a little bit out of my lane, planning and zoning, but I have been involved in the process. But we want to make certain that everything that is required of the developer is obtained, and they have it in place for the permit when it is issued. And secondly, we want to make certain that the city receives the pass-through fees and the other development fees that are associated with the project as well. So everything looks good. I do know that Margaritaville is now looking at this hotel as their flagship. It's their classification for this hotel is what they call their boutique hotel. They have 3 different classifications, and this is in their boutique classification. I think they only have 4 or 5 other ones, but they have told the owner that this will be their flagship facility, and they're on board and looking forward to moving forward with the project. The anticipated finishing date, CO being issued sometime in the fall of 2024. So we're looking roughly at September, October, all things going well.
All right. I know that this has been addressed before, and I guess I just want to comment on it because I know there's a lot of businesses right on 2nd Street and what's the other one, Daytona? Mm-hmm. And I think that the commissioners up here, I know I'm particularly concerned. I'm not concerned because I'm sure they'll work with us, but I want to make sure that those businesses will be able to continue to operate, within reason anyway, while they're still under construction, because we're talking about staging and that kind of thing there.
I think one of the benefits of the general contractor has had several commissioned projects in very compact spaces. He was even talking about, obviously there's a lot of concerns about the crane locations, talking about maybe having to get air rights. There's some pretty technical portions of this project that are going to be very tedious, and I can tell you that. One of the things I would recommend, and I did speak to the hotel owner, Minaj, and he has agreed to meet with the business owners on the surrounding perimeter area and to keep them fully appraised and to actually present the plan that they have. They have a main logistical plan already prepared, but they know they have to tweak it, and as we get closer to the project, they are also going to have to meet with the respective contractors for the pier and any other work really that's going on that's proximate to this area.
Okay. I met with them myself, and
if I may, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to, that last point was real critical, because what's really going to happen is we have the pier under construction, we'll have the beach management going, and this hotel all at the same time. So Larry and I have talked about having this joint collaborative meeting amongst all of the city staff on our side, and then having some sort of process where we communicate out to all the impacted businesses as we go forward, because if we don't, this is such a compact area, it's going to be problems with parking and large vehicles and equipment and laydown areas, and there's like a million details. So we plan as a team to come together, do the coordination, work with all the impacted contractors and the people doing the work, both at this project, the hotel, and then beach renourishment, and then have a communication system so that we can flow that information out to those that are on the periphery of this area, which is going to be impacted and changed quite significantly. So,
okay, I'm glad to hear
two other comments real quick. What they're proposing to do initially at this time is off-site improvements first, which would mean reconfiguring the parking and getting that out of the way. Obviously, the pavement wouldn't be finished, but to get those improvements done rather than waiting till the end of the project for that. And forgot what I was going to say. I'm sorry.
You need some of Debbie's drink.
Past my bedtime. No, but those are the major comments. Anyway, I'm happy to answer your other questions you may have, but it's definitely, the funding's all in place.
I know, it is.
Mr. Cooley.
Nothing about the design has changed since it was last presented.
The exterior is exactly the same. That was blessed by the corporate office. Any other changes being made, like I said, are interior. It's not to the rooms so much as it is the public spaces. They require a certain amount of areas for seating and whatever, and they may have to tweak the kitchen and so forth, maybe tweak some, but it'll have no effect on the exterior whatsoever.
Is the rendering still in the building department?
I understand I work from home primarily, but my understanding from the ladies in the office is that it's the most popular subject.
The reason I
when people
mention
come
that is
in.
if anyone has not seen it, want to see what the rendering of the building actually looks like, there's some posters of it in the building department right there in the lobby.
I'd like to add something.
Sure.
And just for the public, the commission was down in South Florida for our League of Cities meeting, and we met at a Margaritaville hotel, and it was beautiful. If ours looks anything like that, we are a very lucky city.
It's pretty awesome.
Must have been in Hollywood.
It was. It was beautiful.
It really was.
It'll look better than that.
Wow.
Yeah,
Well, what I can say, what I feel comfortable in saying, what I call the primary structure, is that portion of the building that faces Central Avenue, and also that portion of the main building that faces Moody Boulevard. The major room portion of the structure, it'll look good, but what's going to capture the people is the corner of Central and Moody Boulevard. It'll be quite impressive, as well as the elevation facing east.
They're not going to have the giant flip-flop in there, are they?
They'll have the salty rim.
Okay. Okay, any other comments?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to comment just briefly that I have to commend Larry. He's going way above and beyond. His position is part-time, but believe me, what he has done is way above part-time. And I just want to thank him publicly. All the people in the building department, all the other departments that have been collaborating behind the scenes. I mean, it's been quite an effort to get this far, and we got to take it up another notch when this thing starts really coming out of the ground. So I just want to say thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Okay, public comment. Come on, Bruno.
I agree with Mr. Whitson, because we just discussed it, how all three are going together. Do we need like a traffic study maybe? Honestly, about that whole area? Maybe the chief could get involved in that. And do we require any safety organization to monitor these type of jobs? So you talked about a crane, right? And like you said, you're probably in the air traffic of the Flagler Airport. something to think about possibly putting the onus on some of these builders to put up a safety council to check daily, making sure everything is under, way it's supposed to be, OSHA requirements. Just my thought.
Aren't there bonds?
I think you answered the question, Bruno, that the oversight is OSHA and they follow OSHA standards.
But OSHA only comes when there's an accident.
No, but there are bonds that they put on.
OSHA also, I might also just say, just for sake of public knowledge, OSHA makes regular visits and they make unannounced visits. That I can tell you from a building I'm currently involved with in Palm Coast. They come on the job site unexpectedly and regularly.
Mr. Chairman?
As far as the notices about the, for the cranes going up and with the aircraft, that all has to be cleared through the tower, and that'll be actually a notice that'll go out to the airmen flying in this vicinity. So that's all coordinated with the, the air traffic control. Actually, I think it'll be Daytona that'll coordinate that message to the...
Commissioner Sherman, let me just clarify, when I spoke air rights, I was not talking about interfering with...
Well,
aircraft. This is air rights probably over personal, private property, when they swing the boom around or something like that.
Helicopter.
Maybe a drone, but...
And with air rights, often when those booms aren't in use, they're free swinging as a safety measure, and that free swinging boom swings over private property. If it swings over private property, they have to have permission, just like we have to have permission to put beach on the sand or sand on the beach. They have to have permission for that boom to swing over your property.
I should have clarified that, I'm sorry.
Okay, seeing no other comments, oh, you have a comment? Okay.
Time's up, Paul.
Thank you very much. Paul Light, Flagler Beach. I haven't really been following this project for quite some time, so if my question is a little redundant, please excuse me. My question is very simple. Is the city going to lose any parking spaces because of the hotel?
My response to that question is the city is actually gaining public parking spaces. The overflow parking that cannot be accommodated on site is being controlled by their participation in a parking pool that has been established for the city, both on the south side and the north side. I can tell you this, there's close to 90 spaces on site. The owner is telling me that if he had 50% to 65% occupancy, which is a goal at all times, all parking would be confined on site. So I would say the only time that there may be an issue is two scenarios. One, a customer of the hotel just decides to park on street, which they can do as opposed to parking in the private parking lot. And secondly, for special events, obviously all bets are off for that. But to answer your question specifically, I think I feel pretty comfortable, as does the hotel owner, that during normal operations during the week and most all weekends other than special events, that all parking can be accommodated on site.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
When I spoke to him, I asked the same question. He said, if I had 100% occupancy all the time, that would be a great problem to have, but it never happened. And he owns several hotels, so he kind of knows what he's doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I remember the comment.
What's your name?
Because Angela, I live on Joy Street. I remember that comment, that exact comment, when parking was brought up, and I believe it is a short-sighted issue, parking, because of course they're not going to be 100% every day, but what do we want to do for our city is to grow. So that short-sighted comment is my fear, is parking was not ever a serious consideration of the hotel.
Please address this.
I love the hotel, but the parking really must be addressed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the commission. I think we have there's no action.
No action. Thank you very much, Larry.
Thank you, Larry.
Got us excited all over again.
Okay, next item is
Appreciate you sticking around, Larry. Thank you.
an update on the water meter project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some time ago, this board, to your credit, provided us with nearly $1 million to fix our water meter system. And, there's been some requests for updates on how that's going, because it's been quite some time ago that we took that action. And I've asked Chris and the finance team to put together a report, and we passed out a hard copy. There's a copy up on the screen for the public to see. But I'm pretty pleased we're headed in the right direction here. It's kind of early on, believe it or not. We've just now gotten most of the meters in the ground. If we'd stop having storms, we might be finished. But anyway, we're on track. We're moving forward. We're headed in the right direction, and the revenues are beginning to show the result. And so with that, I'll just have Chris walk you through this so that you can have a good assessment and an understanding of where we are with the project and what we've done. Just turn the mic on and speak right into it. There you go. Push the button.
I'm used to having popcorn and watching this at home. But tonight I'm presenting, so. And with that, so I've had as the finance project coordinator and then a representative of the finance department, it's been a real pleasure to work with the utility department and to go through this conversion, because with conversions, they're not all the same. There's a lot of factors that happen. There's a lot of change that takes place, and each city's needs is going to be different from point to point. So it's been a real team effort, and it's been a pleasure to work with them. And we're still going through the process. So the new software, the new system that we purchased is powered by Neptune software, which has been a huge benefit for us to be able to integrate between our accounting software and now the water usage and meter software. So phase one of the project to install the new citywide meter and retrofits, the notice to proceed was in November 15th of 2021 with the award amount of $941,840.51. And in this particular phase of the project, I just want to clarify a few things, because I think there was a little bit of clarity that needed to take place. This phase awards us to read the city mobily. It does not, if we have to order data logs to investigate water usage, our meter readers still have to go out to the location and actually collect the data. So that's the difference between phase one and phase two. And phase two, we'll talk a little bit more towards the end of the presentation. So the estimated scope of work, the installation of 2,529 new meters in multiple sizes, also installation of 720 radio read antennas, which are referred to as retrofits. That was our estimated scope off of the bid proposal. The number of installed units installed to date, currently we've installed 3,253 meters, retrofits installed. We've also tested 2,772 existing meters to check for usage accuracy, which was not part of the original bid or proposal. So we've done good to be able to stay in our budget and add that testing in. And through that testing, we've been able to see that we've got about an average of 8% citywide of loss. What we have pending to put in the ground at the current moment is approximately 152 pending installations. And so those are still on the books that need to be accomplished. And and that's our remaining citywide. So we've put a lot in the ground so far. This next slide just kind of gives a breakdown, meters by size. What the proposal estimate was based on size, what we actually ordered, and then what was actually installed in the ground. And what's interesting and what we were able to find out through this data was that we really didn't have, in 2012, when we got the new BSNA software, we didn't have meter sizes. We didn't have the data available. So we did the estimate based off of that we would need, 5/8, 3/4 meters. But what we found in the ground is, when you look at the columns, is that for example, 11 1-inch meters, well, we've ordered 85. So what was in the ground, what we found in the ground wasn't necessarily what we were billing for. So that is helping to increase our revenue right there. We also had a few that additional, some inventory stock that we were able to use. So we look to do that as well.
Chris, before you go on, that's how you could install more than you ordered? Was because you had some?
Yes, we have inventory.
We had some in inventory already, but then we were also able to, because of the cost difference between the sizes, we were actually able to order more through the PO that we have open.
Okay, but when you say you ordered 650 of something and you installed 703, so that's because you had some that...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the next slide is basically, this shows what a data log looks like. And this is the information that the utility billing customer is able to communicate with the customer. So we have somebody that calls in and they've got concerns about their water usage. The meter readers will go out, perform, and collect the data, and this is what it looks like when it comes back. And this is an example of, you can see clearly that on 7/21, this particular account started to have a water issue. So what this does is technology and capability that we now have available. It allows the utility department to gather the data, email it to the customer, or get it in the customer's possession prior to having a phone call with them, so that they're talking and looking at the same thing, and it seems to be very effective. It also allows us to look at the consumption of a 96-day consumption. We can drill it down. There's other slides reporting, but I didn't put it in here, that shows by the day, the month, or the hour. So this has been a good tool that we now have access to. And we've been able to identify a lot of problems through this information, So this next one is the old meters, time and money. So the old process of reading, the old versus the new, is our old manual read process took 2 meter readers, 4 weeks, to read 10 routes within our city. Our new process that we have now is on the 15th of each month, 1 meter reader can go out and read mobily the city about 96% of the meters in approximately 6 hours. While that meter reader is doing that, the other meter reader that's on staff is able to go out and start the manual read process. So currently, we have 152 meters that have to be manually read. The next day, on the 16th, is when the 2 meter readers will split up the south side and the north side and go ahead and get the rest of the reads done. The reason that this is so important is because this ties us, before we were not able to compare water usage with the water treatment plant that's provided, because we had all different use dates. So This process is going to help us to streamline and tie the loss together. And also, too, I want to mention, just so that we realize something today. We have 15th as the date that we read, but due to Christmas, we decided that this month, we're going to probably start on the 12th. So I just want to let everybody know, because we need those few extra days to be able to get the billing in and get it done on time. Can't see if this changed. There we go. All right. So then we ask ourselves, what happens after all the meters have been read? Well, the reads are imported from the Neptune software to the BSNA accounting software for audit and review to identify the following issues: zero reads, high reads, negative reads, and problem reads. Once that happens, the utility manager will then assign to the meter readers the following issues to troubleshoot. So zero reads, a work order to go check the meters. High reads, work orders to gather data logs. And then, of course, they'll go do their reads for their new accounts and final reads. This is actually a very vital part that the readers pay, from my working with them. Their role in this process is what helps us to be able to get the invoicing out on time. So then what happens after all the audit items are resolved? Well, the QA and the QC process begins. Accounts will be reviewed based on the findings. Accounts will be documented, reconciled, and for each billing cycle by the utility department. The utility manager will then prepare and send the following reports to the Director of Finance, Rhonda Allen, for review. Monthly billing reports in Excel, zero read reports with explanation and action plan to resolve. The billings will then be sent to the finance department for further review and approval prior to the bills being sent to the resident. Now, so we've got two sets of eyes, which is helpful. We have really been able to eliminate zero reads going through this. Then we also have a third set of eyes that comes on it, because Holly collects approximately 25 accounts a month after billing has gone up for the prior month, and she just spot checks and does a third audit. So this data has helped us quite a bit to eliminate the zero reads, which were substantial.
Hundreds of them.
Yes. So the next slide is bridging the gap with water consumption, and this is where we go back into that. Timing is everything, and what has changed. In the past, comparable water usage reports have not been available. This was due to the lengthy time that it took to read the city and the various read dates. Reports were not comparable, the water production versus water usage. The Neptune system will allow us to verify water usage and compare the water production report issued by the water treatment plant. The more that the system is used, the better the reporting becomes. The conversion process and reporting capabilities are helping to identify problems and is helping our city to bridge the gap. We're already seeing a significant increase in revenue. Where have we saved? A reduction in overtime hours necessary to create monthly billings. We've identified problem meters and reduced zero reads. High accuracy of water consumption, which has increased our revenue stream. And our investment on our return. September's billings showed an increase of revenue from last year in the amount of $97,981. October's billing showed an increased revenue from the prior year of $19,062.79. November's billing showed an increase in revenue, and I deducted out the 22-23 increase was $77,731. So you can see that those zero reads are being now captured. We went from a stack about this big, we're down to about this much now. So. So phase two is the towers. So this is just kind of some food for thought because, you know, they presented that in the proposal, but basically, you know, the difference is 24/7 reading. So this particular phase has the potential that when you come in the morning, you have all the alerts. So if there's a leak or anything like that, it detects it and it sends you, and you have that information right away. So right now, from what my understanding is, they did a site visit a while back, and it would take about 6 solar towers, and the approximate price is $120,000 for the equipment cost. The software cost to run it is $3.33 per meter, approximately $12,000 a year. And the installation cost is unknown right now because it's going to depend on where the sites are and what the site survey comes up. So it's food for thought. So that's pretty much our presentation on our meters. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
The towers.
Yes.
I'm sure they would be strategically placed, but how high do they go? Do they have to be special built? Do you put them on existing buildings?
I think one of the sites, I had a conversation yesterday, was one of the sites that they were looking at was on the top of the Aliki. The other was at the water tower. And I think one over at the wastewater treatment plant, if I'm not mistaken. I do have additional information.
I'm just curious, yeah.
From the towers that I'll be happy to send to you.
Okay, last question, and I'm sure the other commissioners have some too. So I've had 3 calls this week that told me their water bills are significantly higher than before. So if they were to contact you, then you could show them what the difference is and what the variance is from what it was before and now, whether or not there was a leak or whatever. It could be.
Yes, they can call, they can call the utility department, request a data log, and they'll be more than happy to go through and look into it. And, we work together as a team. So this is a new process for Maria and her team, and they've done a great job. And so we're all still learning. So as we come across, it's revealing a lot. So we like to work as a team together so that we can learn as much as we can and then update the residents' questions as best we can.
Okay, Commissioner.
Yeah, now I had an issue with the Women's Club's water bill, and I was able to go to Maria, and she showed me certain days, because I wanted to line up the days with events that happened at the club, as opposed to maybe somebody was washing their car in the driveway. And she was able to show me hour by hour, day by day, when the water was being used.
It's a very useful tool.
It was terrific.
It's a very useful tool because a lot of times when you look at dates, then you recall things that you were doing in your home. Oh yeah, that's right, I was doing this. So it's really helped to kind of sort out those issues.
Mr. Cooley.
Back when this was first proposed years ago, one of the, I'll call it selling features that was highly touted was the large labor savings with reading the meters. You go from, what was it, like 6 hours to read it or something versus the 320 labor hours that it originally took. When are we going to start capturing those hours? I was actually really surprised there's overtime hours to create billing on a 6-hour job. But so I'm assuming as has the labor gone down? Or is there a plan to bring it down? Because there's an overage right now of 300 labor hours.
There's really, there's not. So while going through the process of the conversion, there was a lot that was revealed of things that we need to get in and really fine tune and look at where we can make things be more efficient, utilize that staff, and get them out there to do other tasks that we need done that just the time wasn't there. You figure if you read on the 15th, you've got to go, in order to go through that process, it fully takes you a 2-week process to get the billing out. Regardless of if it took 6 hours to read or not, there's still the process that has to happen as far as looking at to make sure that the bills are going out correctly. This is why you're seeing the revenue costs, the revenue go up. Number one, it's reading of the meters and capturing the information. Number two, it's the accuracy of the bills, because we've got more eyes on it. Once that process happens, there's still a lot of other things in the department that still have to happen. We have new accounts that have to get set up. We have GPS coordinations for all of these meters that can be put in the system, and that just helps for future down the road. Let's say we hire a new meter reader. The training to teach them where the meters are at every property, they won't have to have that. It'll be in the system because we'll put all that tracking, which will help us later down the road with some mapping that we're looking at. So there's a lot of other functions that need to take place. Processes get redeveloped. I think as time clears up, right now they're needed. If one goes on vacation, who's gonna take their place? So there's a lot of different factors to look at.
So you're saying we're not going to save money in labor?
We're saving some, but I think there was an overestimation of all the other backlog of work that hadn't been done.
Yeah, that wasn't getting,
And that you had all these zero reads was because of lack of maintenance and attention. You have new accounts that need to get set up correctly. I mean, there's just a lot of moving parts. And so I would say to you, yes, there's going to be savings in labor, but I think it was oversold. And having gone through this process, seeing how they've corrected everything, there's just so much maintenance and things that have to be followed up and done that hadn't been done that we're now catching up and getting done.
Mm-hmm.
But the additional revenue coming in is helping to compensate for the additional labor.
I sure would hope so, yes.
And there's cross-training too that's probably going to take place, because the conversion was quite painful, to be honest with you. I mean, I've done a few of them in my career, so I knew what to expect, but the staff did not. So it was a little bit painful, but we made it through it because it just identifies a lot of things. When they are not out in the field, if there's times when they are not out in the field, they can be cross-trained to help other departments like Public Works. They also can be cross-trained to do functions in the office where if we, as we grow as a city, we would not necessarily have to increase our staff because we have cross-training in place. So when we look at reorganization or how to put new processes, we look at a lot of different things. And so going through this process, it's given all of us an eye-opener of how we can restructure and how we can be more efficient and how we can utilize the people we already have.
Have you seen any customers that have actually said, "You've saved me money"? Because they had leaks or things of this nature?
No, but what I have had is people write and send in that we were able to address their problems where they weren't getting done before, and a thank you. So there's positive feedback that's coming in.
Okay. Mr. Cooley?
So here's my problem. We okayed this budget item based on certain criteria. Number one, well, the number one was water conservation. That was the number one driver for it. Number two was the savings. And the number two thing is now apparently off the table, and we're just going to utilize that savings and do other things with it. And that doesn't really sit well with me, because that's one of the things that was highly touted with this system, that this was going to save a lot of labor, and we're just foregoing it. If we are going to save anything, I would like to know what it is we're saving, if anything. I mean, because here's the thing, the cross-training and all that stuff in other departments is fine, but that isn't what we planned and budgeted. That's something that y'all are doing on your own. And so what is going to be the labor savings, which was the number two item why we did this?
I think it's a fair comment. I want to bring you back some more information, but I can tell you this is a single point of failure. When you have a meter reader who knows where the stuff is, and then they say they're gone, and you have no backup, how are you going to get the meters read? How are you going to get the work done? How are you going to get the product delivered? There's a lot of moving parts here that you have to take into account. So yes, we will save some labor, but saving all of it, like cutting a whole position, I think that's unrealistic based on the amount of meters we have in the ground.
To maybe not bridging a gap, or I may be seeing it wrong, but to try to bridge a gap, I think what Commissioner Cooley is looking for is where are some quantifiable savings, and if I'm hearing cross-training going on, what I'm hearing with cross-training is there's a position that I'm not having to hire somewhere down the road, and that's a quantifiable cost. So I think what you said and what he said together, you can probably come back with a report that shows quantifiable savings long range.
Absolutely. And also, we're very early on in this, and these numbers are just like 2 or 3 months. We've been able to track what the increase in revenues are. So we just really of getting the meters in the ground and getting it up and running. So yeah, I think we can bring you back a report that will show you where the efficiencies are and put a number to it. Okay, so if we don't have to hire a position down the road, that's a number, that's a savings. But you know, the other part that we've struggled with is poor customer service and trying to get back to people and letting them know what's going on and why there are things that are happening. We just deferred a lot of maintenance. Let's just say that's what happened.
Well, I think to Commissioner Cooley's point, you know, one of the selling points was the labor itself. And if you can quantify that, you know, by saying that these are the things that we're not getting done. The customer service is important. I mean, we hear a lot of that already. If that can be quantified to saying these are the things that we were not doing before that we're now doing, you know, the two customers that I'm talking about now saying, look, how can you explain to me why I'm getting this bill now and it wasn't that much, you know, before this time last year? And you can show them that, well, this is what was happening. It may have been that their meters weren't working properly and they were getting a good ride for a while, you know, and now it's catching up.
Yep. Meters, when they get older, they slow down.
Right.
They never speed up. They always slow down.
So I think that kind of information is helpful, so that we could also see that.
There.
But that's good. I mean, it's a good report. Any other comments? I guess I should open up for public comment because I'm sure someone's going to have some comments. Public comment.
Real quick, Steve Daly, 1764 Windsong Circle. So the revenue increase, what are we doing with that? Is that going to get, are we going to get reduction in rates? I'm assuming if we're going to make more money that we weren't making. I mean, that's $187,000 in 3 months. Are we getting the money back? The people that live here. I don't know where that revenue increase goes. So I think if you can increase the revenue, which means I should be paying less per gallon, I should get a rate reduction.
I think you're right. I think you're right, but it will take time.
I'm just saying, we've already got a rate increase for next year, and you're already losing.
And at the same time that's happening, Steve, costs are going up. So it's going to be things that we're going to have to look at over time. And yes, the minute we can see where we can lower our rates and be more competitive, absolutely we will.
Because I'm assuming I pay for the new stuff.
Yeah.
As a citizen, I'm paying for the new equipment, right? You're going to say this cost for the new part 2. Who's paying the $3.33 per meter and solar towers and all that? It's the water users are going to pay it.
That's if we implemented it.
Right, but we're going to pay that then. So we're buying that.
If we implement it, this is a proposal.
Okay, I'm just saying, I'm not understand. Yeah. I'm just saying if we are not saving money this time, you want me to spend more to not save more money, not save any money. So you keep spending money for not saving any money. I know it makes your job better, easier, faster. And we also had an extra week on the water usage because of the hurricane.
Right.
That's why it was more.
Exactly.
Just let you know.
Yeah.
Bruno, 27th Street. You know, this was one of my agendas that I kept asking for. Nice presentation, but we were sold that we would be saving money. I mean, been coming to these meetings for about 1.5 years, 2 years, and I know everybody, every time it came up, it was going to be a savings. And now you just made a comment, you might not even implement the towers. That was always part of the deal. That was phase 2. Eric wanted to put it in all together, if I remember correctly. And you people said, no, let's wait till next year to incorporate that price. Even last meeting, when I asked what happened to the 2 meter readers, I was told they were on hurricane duties. So now, how are they on hurricane duties if we need them to read meters? So they should have been reading meters in the last couple of weeks and not being on hurricane duties. I'm just kind of disappointed that we didn't get, I didn't get the answer. I bet the people, we're not saving anything. What is the average homeowner going to save? That was the whole idea.
Okay. The way that I interpreted that, when we said we, I was talking about the city. Because you can see from the reports, the city was losing a lot of money. And that's the way I interpret it. Me personally, I'd like to see some savings as well. But we as a city was losing money. We as a city has been...
I still got some time, okay? So you can answer that after my time.
No,
but that's 2 totally different things. The revenue we knew about, because we said the meetings weren't working. Some people were paying 0, other people were paying more. So that was why we installed new meters. But the bottom line was we were supposed to eliminate positions. That's what we were told, which we're not. We have overtime, like Eric even said. I don't understand that. I think all of you do that we were supposed to save money.
Okay. And I'm going to give you my interpretation because I think each one of us can interpret it differently. Because here again, when I said we, I was speaking in terms of the city because I was looking at how much the city was losing by improper and inadequate meter reading. The data that she just showed you tells you how much the city, we, were losing. So the other thing that I go back to is the fact that for years and years and years, there were no increases at all in the water rates. That was one of the reasons why I first came here, because when I first saw the first rate increase, I said, what the heck is the city doing? And then I found out there had not been any increases for years because the leadership at that time kept saying, we're not going to increase, we're not going to increase. The next thing you know, you're behind the 8 ball, you can't drill wells and this kind of thing here because you don't have a revenue for it. So now we're still playing catch up, but I still contend, and I probably won't be here when it happens, but there will be a time when you can say, you know what, we can start reducing rates now because we can see some cost benefits from what has been installed. That's my hope, and that's what I was anticipating. But I knew it wasn't going to happen immediately because your investments in your own home, you don't always see the immediate returns.
Yeah, to finish up with you, if you look at what Chris gave us, in 3 months we've said increased revenue by almost $200,000. That's 3 months. If we continue along that route, next year's utility rate increase, maybe we wouldn't even have to have one, or maybe we could even lower it. And the overtime, went from 21.75 hours to 2.5. So there's less usage there, and I imagine once.
Having overtime that long ago. He cut me off in the middle of the night talking, so.
So take it out on me.
I'm not taking it out on you.
Well, here again, I mean, I'm just trying to tell you that, we can argue, apples and oranges all day long, but my interpretation of what we were going to save did not pertain to me individually, because I knew that the revenue that the city was losing was huge. And that was pretty obvious. Because, I mean, that's the way it was. So that's one of the reasons why I looked at it as we.
You could look me in the face and say that it was never discussed that you would be eliminating and cutting down the hours of meter readers.
We didn't say. Go ahead. We did not say we were going to eliminate positions, Bruno.
He said that too.
I didn't say it.
Breaking into my time.
Anyway,
You're on my time now. You're on my time now.
Sure.
Scott Crone, 2730 South Daytona Avenue. I think this is a great example of modern technology taking care of a good problem, a past problem. I really appreciate the presentation. I think that, and I appreciate the transparency of it. And I think that's going to be a key word in the future with this specific topic, transparency on our billing, what we're making. That this project's going to be paid for within a year. Now, I would and I think on the overtime issue, I think that maybe we're experiencing the bell curve, where we're trying to feel the new processes, all that stuff. I agree. I think. Yeah, you can read the meter in the city in 2 days. That's a hell of a savings. But now we've got new processes. Hopefully this learning curve is going to come down, and a little cross-training, that's great. I would recommend that we let this go for a year before we talk about the tower, to see where we're at and see if there will be a reduction in rates. I think there should be. I think it makes, an extra $1 million a year in that we weren't receiving before, we're getting now. I think that's but let's let this one, go for a year. I think that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Sir. Any other comments?
Rhonda Ellen. The other thing that I wanted to bring up for the commission to keep in mind, we have a ton of growth. We've got all that development coming up on Roberts Road. We got 240 units for the apartments, and then 200 and some odd homes on the other side for KB, right? Beach Park. So I understand where you think that about eliminating a head count, but we simply can't. We've got all this growth. Somebody's going to have to go out there and read those meters.
Thank you, Rhonda.
John Horan, but I just really have to say I appreciate what Eric's brought up, because there really truly was promises made, and I just think we just need to quantify it. We should just analyze it. We should be able to do it, and if we quantify it now, we can work on future savings. I'm not saying eliminating jobs, but still that savings still needs to be quantified. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Ficacello. I'm the utility billing clerk for City of Flagler Beach. I just wanted to share a customer service experience that I had yesterday, actually. One of our meter readers was out in the field, and she wasn't even in that residence to check the meter, but she did notice that there was flooding around that meter. So she came back, reported it to us. We contacted the resident. She took pictures. She went back out there to do a data log, and it turns out that they had a major leak. They had been losing quite a bit of water. We were able to pinpoint the exact day that it started. They were out of town. They're still out of town. Also, there was construction going on. Quite a few companies were involved on the property working. He called all those people. Some of them came in, looked at the pictures with us, looked at the data logs, so they're all working together. We sent all that information to all of them. They were very grateful that we were all working together and giving them that information, and were able to turn their water off and stop that so they could address the issue. So I just wanted to say that that's just one story of multiple things that we do a day to help citizens and help with their inquiries. So I just wanted to share that with you guys to let you know that the boots on the ground and the people in the office, we work together, and that's how we get it done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, Sam, now we bring it back to the board.
I had a
It's
couple
just a
things.
presentation.
I know.
So, just a couple comments. First of all, I never said anything in this entire night about eliminating jobs. That's a mischaracterization, just like the gentleman did about me saying I was adamant about closing the bait shop. I said we are owed a labor savings based on this, which is a fact. Back when this was going on years ago, I asked everyone, how can you ask our citizens to spend $1 million on new meters if there's no benefit? None to them. To the city, sure, there's tons of benefits. There has to be benefits. And that's when we got into the discussion of, all of these things that's going to happen. It's going to save us in chemicals. It's going to save us in all this stuff, pumps and all that will translate to help with bills. It'll be an expense saving in labor. That was the number 2 thing. But the thing is, the water customers spent $1 million on this system. They didn't buy it as a gift to the city to have the city be able to cross-train and all that stuff. There just needs to be checks and balances, and there needs to be accountability. It's not a luxury to the city. And I want to make sure that we're being responsible about how we go about handling it. That was all.
One question. How long has the system been in place?
About 3 months, maybe. We had the storms.
We've got about 3 months that now we're
Okay.
gather this data because we had to get a certain percentage in the ground.
Okay, and that's my point. 3 months, 6 months, 8 months. It takes at least 12 to 24 months to be able to come up with any real data to substantiate the return on investment on any kind of project that you're working on. So, I think it's kind of unfair I think we're just kind of wasting time, really, because we're talking about the same thing. We're going to see the benefit, the cost-benefit analysis in time, but trying to pinpoint how many positions we should have or hours or whatever at this point, I think is unrealistic.
All right, what if we got quarterly reports? Not as
that's what I
detailed
was
as
gonna
this, but if you
recommend.
gave us quarterly reports.
Because now this is, we unveiled several things. So definitely could give you some labor cost savings. But we just need, so if we come back in come back with an update with that, we're working the process to see where we can do that. How do we do that? What does that look like? So we've got this far.
Yeah, and I don't want to get super in the weeds on it. The original question was, when will we realize some labor savings? That's how it started.
Sure.
And I don't expect anything magical to happen overnight. And that would be unrealistic. But there does need to be some savings at a point, and we can analyze.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
So if we get quarterly reports, maybe they could coincide with the budget reports, the quarterly
Yes,
budget
I
reports.
totally agree with the commissioner's point. Sure. It's just that we need more time to dig into this. We saw a lot of failure in what we uncovered, but now we want to turn it around and do a better job. And I think the customers will appreciate it, and I know that the city processes will improve. And, another thing that's out there that I don't want to talk a lot about, but St. John's River Water Management District is watching our CUP, our consumptive use permit. And we have got to bring down what we pump versus what we sell. We have to narrow that gap because water is precious. we can't have a lot of water loss. So a part of this is kind of getting at that too. And to your point, I think we will be able to show you where the efficiencies are, where the savings are. It's just that it's kind of early on. We wanted to bring you a report because we've been asked by multiple people to do it. And as far as meter conversions, in my career, I've only done one before this one. And this one was smoother. So I think we're headed in the right direction was the message. But absolutely, we do owe you more information. We do need to be better stewards of the taxpayers and the utility rates resources. And this assumption that we automatically want to keep up in the rates is ridiculous because we're in competition. We're in competition with other jurisdictions, and we have an obligation to deliver the service efficiently as we can, but we don't want to lose money.
Any other comments, commissioners?
Yeah, I have one more comment. We keep talking about the city versus the people. The city and the people are the same.
That's what I was just getting ready to say. I live here. I get a bill too.
So do we. So if it's a savings to the city, it's a savings to the people.
It's,
And
you know,
if
it's
it's a
been.
cost to the city, then it's a cost to the people.
Yeah,
So I don't think we should have that.
And it's been a lot of, you know, it's been a lot of work to get to this point, but we're not done working yet. So just please know that.
Okay, thank Chris. It was a very good presentation. Thank you.
Okay, next item is Gabe. Update on the pier project.
I'm going to ask for a change to the agenda, given the hour. After Gabe.
Okay. Is that right? Gabriel Perdomo, Moffett Nickel. I'll try to keep it brief. So we were approved, our contract began mid-September. I haven't had a chance to give an update. Storms, hurricane season is behind us, thank God. We can smile about that. And so, but we have been working behind the scenes. And task one, we were approved for various tasks. I'll go by tasks just so we can follow along here. Task one is field work. We did have to make some adjustments because of the storms, but the field work is nearing completion. The surveys, the inspections, and the environmental assessments are all completed, and the geotechnical borings will be completed in 2 weeks prior to the holidays. Task two, the coastal engineering analysis. We've completed the review of the historical conditions, recurrence interval storm events, water level assessments, including sea level rise, and the wave modeling. Those are all finished. And in progress are still the pile scour analysis, the development of the storm wave loads to the structures, the development of the pier deck profile, and the elevation. And so the coastal engineering analysis report will be completed in early January as we wrap up these tasks. Task three, we've already started as well. That's concept development. We've developed a preliminary pier plan based on the submerged lands lease and the approved FEMA scope. And we've developed typical pier sections and preliminary structural sizing. So we're well underway on the concept development, and we're preparing a catalog of pier components and features and details from ideas that were shared during our kickoff meeting with the city staff. The next step is to share the pier concept plan with the public and to receive feedback from the various stakeholders and the public interest groups prior to finalizing the concept plan and progressing with task four, which will be the preliminary design. We're planning to participate in these meetings in mid-January following the holidays, and we're working with Mr. Whitson on those details. Task five, environmental permitting. As I mentioned before, we do expect that permitting will be on the critical path. We've already started developing the environmental documents and the permit applications, so we're trying to make as much headway on that as we can now. But we do need to finalize the concept plan and the scope prior to submitting those applications. One aspect will be involved approval of the concept plan from the city following those public meetings in January, and the other aspect will be talking to the regulatory agencies, the Corps of Engineers, DEP, to get their initial opinion on the project prior to submitting the applications. We're planning to initiate those conversations with the regulatory agencies. We're going to try this month. If the holidays The holiday schedule doesn't allow for it. It'll be as early as we can in January. And so we do expect to submit the environmental permit applications if all of these things can get completed by March of 2023. And if we can get the environmental permits by the end of 2023, then we do expect that we can have the engineering design services and all the bid documents issued by the end of 2023 as well. So that's an overview of the schedule and where it is that we're at. We're also working separately with Mr. Whitson on the pier demolition and exploring the possibility with FEMA on performing that pier demolition independently of the pier construction and sooner than the start of the new pier construction due to the damage that was sustained during Hurricane Ian. So that's the update that I have. Any questions?
Can you provide that to us? This made 0 sense to me.
Well,
but what you just said with, giving, if you could, you have it written out, right?
Yeah, I can send it to you.
We
Yes,
have
ma'am.
this report. This is older from a previous meeting.
Yeah,
This is what he
I have
cited.
that, but this is in words, and I like words better than.
All right, because he read off this sheet. That's what he just went
Well, if,
I'll formalize my notes and send them to you. Yes, ma'am.
Other comments?
I had one. So you mentioned the demo. We have all these projects coming up. Now, obviously, I think it's in our best interest to get that done sooner than later so we're not conflicting with anything else. I hope that's on y'all's radar.
We do understand that there are going to be a confluence of different projects that will be occurring at the same time with the beach nourishment as well. FEMA will be a driver in terms of the schedule with the funding. And so we're very early in that process. Not sure if Mr. Whitson would like to add some additional detail.
Yeah, that's, the cost of the demolition is not going to be cheap because of the scour, the deep, it's not just normal scour. We're talking 7, 8 feet. Plus what Nicole did. We didn't even check what Nicole did. So getting it down is important. And in fact, why I'm raising that issue is it's complicated the deal because originally you all were going to put heavy equipment out there and accomplish the demolition top down. Now we may have to build a separate structure to be able to accomplish that because the equipment needed for the demolition is too heavy.
Like barge it or something.
Yeah, something, in which will raise the cost. So that's his challenge to work out. And then my challenge is to go find the money somewhere because, there was a certain allocation under the Matthew PA that may be exceeded because we have to change methodology. So I've got to work that out with FEMA, and we were talking about that today, and he has a set of FEMA people. We have a set of FEMA people, and actually FEMA is going to be here to meet with us Monday at 1 o'clock.
Okay, but by leaving it in place, we locked in them covering the cost increase. That was part of that. Remember when we were bouncing options? So I would think all of that would be covered.
Yeah,
because that's what they committed
and
to.
now you've had different disasters hit us. So what are those PAs going to pay for? So it's going to be kind of a complicated negotiation.
So some of it will be Matthew, some will be Ian, some.
Correct. Now you're getting right down to the, what percentage of what disaster is going to take care of what. And you have all these rules that FEMA likes to go by, and now as time has gone on, it's complicated the situation. So that's why we asked for a very experienced program development manager from FEMA. We didn't want a rookie. Because these are complicated issues that have to get approved. And that was one of the reasons we didn't even meet with FEMA until this past Monday. We met with them this past Monday. So we're making headway. We think we're going to be able to find a way forward. But between his knowledge base and schedules, we're going to try to navigate all that. But a lot of it's getting driven by the money.
You won't have to worry about getting heavy equipment around a pier that's not there. So that would be one thing.
Any other comments? Okay.
We're pretty confident, though, in the first 100 feet.
Yes, sir.
You've checked it, right?
We have. We've inspected that first 100 feet. There's some rehabilitation that we're going to propose to it. But that's it, and then we will transition the new pier from that point.
Okay, Commissioner Mealy.
No, that not, when we're done with this.
When we're done with this? Okay. All right, thanks, Gabe.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Gabe.
Thank you.
All right. Given the fact that it's 10 o'clock, and the next item, I think, is going to take a while, I would like to see if we could put item 16 on to the next meeting.
I'm good with that.
And ask that when we get to commission comments, that we keep them to only extremely important things that can't be discussed 2 weeks from now.
Nothing then.
You must be
Right. No, it's 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
And we've been listening very intently to a lot of very heavy things.
Okay, so we're going to do 16?
We're not going to do 16, we're going to
So
push
is there
it
a motion to table it?
Okay,
I have a motion to table item 16 to the
second.
next meeting.
okay.
January.
And,
Next meeting is in January.
Next meeting's in January.
yeah.
I would request that we at least do 17, which shouldn't take.
Oh, yeah, no, the rest,
Okay.
and I don't think
Yeah,
any of
16,
the rest,
17, 18, and 19 should all be fairly.
they should all be quick.
All right, I'm okay with that. Do we have a,
Yes.
okay.
Good, thank you.
Sorry, John. Like, it's just,
Bye.
Matt, good seeing you.
Okay, next one, 17?
Resolution 2022-30, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach amending Resolution 2007-42 and associated resolutions that define the structure of the Economic Development Task Force, specifically amending Section 2 membership, providing for severability of provisions, conflict, and an effective date.
Okay, any comments?
No, it is what we asked.
Okay, we are increasing the number of individuals that's going to be on Economic Development Task Force. We've already set a meeting for Wednesday, December the 14th, which is, it's going to be a quick meeting, but it's actually going to be, and I'll read the agenda. Call the meeting to order, introduction of new members, or the members in general. I will be welcoming the commissioners, the task force members. I'll also go over expectations of committee members, goals for the commission, and sunshine law requirements. And then after that, we'll go with appointing a chairman, approve the minutes, discussion, public comment, and adjournment. So we'll be moving forward pretty quickly on that one. So we have to have a motion, or I'm sorry, we have public comment on number 17. Anyone want to address this item? See no one, we'll bring it back to the commission floor.
Motion to approve Resolution 2022-30.
Second.
I got a motion and a second, please call the roll.
Starting over. Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Chair Bryan?
Yes, and the motion carries unanimously, and move on to number 18.
So all the people the extra people that we,
Correct. So I just need another motion to appoint the remaining
Yeah.
four
Oh, okay.
from the November.
okay, I make a motion that I don't remember who the people were.
It's there under 17A. There's a 17A. If you just read that, I think that'll give Penny what she needs.
Oh, there it is. Appoint the remaining 4 members.
Second.
It was such little print.
Okay, I got a motion and a second on appointing the remaining members.
Eric, were you the second? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Public
comment. Don't see any? No one's willing to come forward. Bring it back to the commission for a motion.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Chair Bryan?
Yes, the motion passes unanimously. Now on to the next item.
Ordinance number 2022-13, an ordinance of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Administration, Article 5, Employee Benefits, Division 1, Section 2-101, Firefighters Retirement System of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Flagler Beach, amending Section 6, Benefit Amounts and Eligibility, providing for normal retirement date with 20 years of credited service, regardless of age, and providing for an increased multiplier, providing for codification, providing for severability of provisions, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date.
Okay, any comments? Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we bring it back for motion.
Motion to approve ordinance 2022-13.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Mealy,
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley,
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes.
Chair Bryan.
Yes, and the motion carries unanimously. The next item is ordinance number 2022-14.
Ordinance number 2022-14, an ordinance of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, amending certain rules and regulations related to city parks and recreational areas located within the city, contained within Chapter 6, Article 5 of the Code of Ordinances, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Any discussion? Any public comments on this item? Seeing none, we bring it back for motion.
Motion to approve ordinance 2022-14.
Second.
I got a motion and a second.
I'm sorry, I missed the second.
Debbie?
Debbie.
Yes, the motion. Getting ahead of it.
Commissioner
We're moving along
Cooley,
now.
Commissioner Cooley,
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips, Commissioner Mealy.
Yes.
Chair Bryan.
Yes, and motion carries unanimously. Move on to staff reports. City Attorney.
Nothing that can't wait till January.
City Manager.
I'll throw in the towel unless you want to hear about something. I'm working on, I will tell you that we're going to be implementing the pay study. We just received it. We're cleaning it up, clarifying it with a consultant, and we'll be doing that before the end of the year because of taxes. So I'm just letting you know, and then we'll bring you back the details next year, or, the next meetings. But we have to get that done before the end of the year.
Kenny?
I need a meeting date set in January for your project priority workshop, and I provided you a calendar in your packet. And just also as an FYI, those two ordinances that we had to table in November due to Nicole, I did submit to FEMA for reimbursement for the $500 and some advertising cost.
Oh, good.
Want my money? Where's my $2? Old movie, never mind.
Is this something we can do prior to a commission meeting?
What's that? We gotta do that.
The special meeting for the priorities?
You just asked me to put an item on to schedule it. Actually, it was you who asked me to.
She's asking if you can just put it before an upcoming commission meeting.
I can do it whenever you want.
What? I didn't ask you, I'm asking.
Oh.
I think we should do it now. No.
Good, you do it now.
Do you have a consensus? Put it on the, okay. You got direction, Penny.
So either do the first or second meeting in January. You're already going to have a long first meeting, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
I think the 26th sounds good.
26.
The 26th, okay.
Okay,
What
is that all?
time?
Oh, wait a minute, for some reason, hold it. Because I marked off on the calendar which days were good for me, and I did not mark that one.
It's 10:07.
We have a CRA meeting on January 26th.
Well, you probably have that as well, and then Liz has the room reserved for a deposition in the morning. I don't know how long that's for.
Can we wait till February?
Priorities?
Before the February 9th meeting? Yeah?
February 19th?
February
Nine.
19th is a Sunday.
Nine.
Ears are tired.
The only thing I would caution y'all is that's a long time to wait to establish priorities.
I agree.
I mean, trust me, I don't like the ideas of one subject meetings either, but that is a long time to wait.
So when do you want to have it?
19th? You can do it now. What was the date?
January 19th?
Yeah, these dates that are, they're open dates for this room.
That would be a special meeting then if that was the case.
What time on the 19th?
I don't know if this is like an all-day thing or just curious.
On public comments, an all-day thing.
What'd you say?
Well, 5:30 works for you, right?
A workshop, you don't have to open public comments if you're just for, just
No,
talk.
no, he's being silly.
Yeah, I was being silly. It's getting late and
No one's getting your humor.
I know.
I got it, I got it. So we're having it January 19th?
At 5:30, you said?
Or Eric said 5 worked for him.
Yeah.
I don't know, James, that's difficult.
5's good.
5's good?
5 works, January 19th.
Do you, Mr. Wilson, didn't we already provide them a project list? They just.
We
if
did,
had
but,
it-
there'll be some time, and we got a lot of things thrown at us tonight, so maybe we update the list and...
Yeah, because a lot of, on that list was already done.
Right. So we'll update the list and get it back out.
January 19th at 5.
Yes, ma'am.
p.m.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else, Penny?
No, thank you.
Please? Fire's not here. We'll start with the mayor. She's ready to go.
For the sake of time, I'm only have it down to a couple things. It's December. It's time for us to get our Christmas list together for the county as we enter budget season with the county. Let's not forget to start getting those numbers of dollar amounts for our wish list for the county together. And also still looking for feed flagler donations. That's a big one. I have meals being distributed on
I didn't get the beginning of that.
feed flagler donations.
Oh, feed flagler, yeah.
There'll be meals being delivered on Christmas Eve, and you can call me or email or text by December 19th to request your meal, and we'll be delivering them on Christmas Eve in the morning. And then the last thing I had was, during last meeting, we did talk about the memorial, and then we had Veterans Day, and we still did not really recognize the family that donated the memorial.
Because I did not know who it was.
So I was just going to see if we could just have a redo and do something that is nice. It was like a blunder. It just didn't have the details, didn't have who it was. So if someone's taking the time and giving such a wonderful gift to our city, it'd be nice to recognize them.
Are you looking to do an award at one of our meetings, or?
We could do something like that. That's a good suggestion.
I'm all for it. The only reason that I think that it was kind of went through the cracks is because it was anonymous.
Yeah, I didn't think they wanted to be recognized.
They didn't want to be recognized.
Well,
But I mean, if they want to be recognized.
we could find
now,
out who they are and then ask them if they want to be
know who they are.
recognized. But we don't know who they are.
I know
Now
who
we
they
know
are.
who they are.
The accounting, the finance office
We know who they
knows.
are. but-
Okay.
But I think it's a great idea, but I think
Let's
we
ask
should
them.
find out whether or not they want to be recognized because they donated, wasn't it anonymous?
So, but they sat behind me on the 17th of November meeting. They want to be recognized.
They do?
Yeah, because they mentioned I didn't get a check, right? They mentioned that they didn't get the refund.
Oh, they did, but they did.
But they
They
did.
did get the refund.
That's, I understand, right? I'm just telling you what I heard people saying behind me. They want to be recognized.
Well, what we'll do then, if we can get a consensus, we'll let city manager reach out to them, and instead of what we heard from here, we'll let them tell us.
I'm happy to reach out too.
That's fine.
I can handle that.
And that way, there's no
Then
mixed
they can
signals.
make
That's what-
right,
yeah.
they can make the decision.
Absolutely.
I think that'd be nice.
So that was it. The memorial, feed flagler donations, sign up for meals, and then it's critical that we do not forget to start preparing our wish list for the county for their budget.
And I'll be getting a check to you when I have time to sit down and write one.
You can just give it to
Write it
William.
to the city.
Oh, I know,
Yep, and that's it.
but I still need time to do it.
Commissioner Sherman.
So I'll keep mine pretty brief as well. I attended the TPO meeting last Wednesday. I think it's a huge opportunity for us. You guys can do it for yourselves here in the packet. They called for proposals for projects. We have till the 28th of February. I've already spoken to Mr. Whitson and Karen a bit about it. I would really like to see if we get something submitted. I think it's our opportunity to strike while the iron's hot. The reason I say that is elections changed the board for the TPO. Volusia County just had their elections, and a lot of different people either stepped down or were voted out. So I think this is our opportunity to maybe get in there, and also I think we're the biggest of the small city alliance there that might allow us. And the other point is that when they talked at that meeting, the only part of town they talked about was Flagler Beach and this strike team. So, I mean, I really think this is our opportunity to get something now. Cool. While we're kind of, unfortunately, making headlines with our roads, but, this is the other thing. And then there was one other grant that they talked about was called, and I need to get a copy to Penny, it's called the Protect Grant. And this one might be something that would be something for the strike team to look at. It would probably encompass a lot more of the communities, like Orem by the Sea all the way up probably to like Marineland, I would assume is, would be like a bigger project, but there's some big money, federal money that's out there, and there's like just lists of grants, but this one was the one that I felt like would be one that we might want to look at with the strike team. And then lastly, the TPO also released their priorities for the upcoming year, and that resiliency word keeps coming out. And so again, I think if we can get some sort of grant in there that, again, if there's a project or something that Mr. Whitson or Karen can think of that, could meet these qualifications, I'd love to see one get in there. And I think this is our time to get, again, to get something from the TPO. That's all I have. Mr. Phillips.
Okay, 3 quick things. I'm going to be setting up a volunteer opportunity to clean up Silver Lake Park. I'm going to coordinate with Rob. I ran it past Mr. Whitson. He gave the green light, so I'll be doing that hopefully in January or February. Figure might as well do it when it's not too hot. Second thing is, thank you for putting that project tracker out on the website. I think it looks good, and Chris is going to be updating it as needed. And then lastly, the Flagler Women's Club is having a pancake breakfast, $5 on Saturday.
And you get to paint.
Oh, yes.
You get to paint a cop with cookies.
No. No.
They paint cookies, but they end up painting Matt.
Oh, just Matt? You mean that?
Yeah, no. Dave can go say cookies, just Matt.
So all money benefits our police department. So that's it.
What day is it again?
Saturday.
This Saturday.
I'll be there.
9 to 11.
Let's skip the car show.
Oh, wow. We should be honored. He's going to skip a car show to come.
Ooh, nice.
Susie, when we were at the legislative conference last week, which I'll talk about next time what happened there, I talked to the mayor of Ponce Inlet about how long it's been taking to get the disaster declared. And she said that the Volusia League of Cities wrote a joint letter. Now, our League of Cities became the mayor's group. Right. So I know you have a meeting next week. If we don't get declared by whenever your meeting is, if you would talk to your colleagues, I'd appreciate that.
We should just go to D.C.
Mayor letter.
I'm not going to D.C. in the winter. Sorry, I've done too much of that.
No way around the White House.
And a local resident, Susie, you had given me the name of the family, or you knew of the name of the family that needs help around the holidays, specifically. Remember, I asked, okay, there's a local resident who would like to help a family.
Perfect.
I will give you his information, and you can, thank you. Most of this can wait. It's from last meeting, a lot of it. Yeah, I'll next time.
Commissioner, time for me.
Okay, I'll be very quick. Smoking ordinance, I know that the only reason I bring that up is that I'd like to get on some kind of campaign to start educating people. My wife and I were at the pier over the weekend doing some work, and the smoking was driving us crazy. I mean, people just don't know that there's no smoking there on the boardwalk in that area there. So, and I think that I talked to Amy about it, and they're going to incorporate that with part of their New Year plans as far as promoting Flagler Beach. So I just want to kind of put it out there. We may look at some signs or something in order to kind of let folks know that they shouldn't be smoking on the beach.
Could you make that little turtle thing that they have on the Dodge the Dunes?
Oh, yeah. I'll do that. Yeah. Just want to, real quick, I happened to be in the office the other day when Penny received a nice big check from Fine. And I know Janet Zimmerman, who works down there, so I said I had to give you a personal call and say thank you very much for the money.
Yep.
So that was a great thing. A lot of folks don't know it, but working with the Tourist Development Council, Amy also found a hotel right here in the area that will provide a discount for individuals that have been kind of displaced because of their homes and all. And she was actually going to work with a couple more hotels so that you didn't get the regular rate, you could get a discount. So
thank you.
That's about all I have.
Motion to adjourn.
Public comment.
Oh, public comment.
You didn't ask to have that one pulled.
I forgot.
Public comment. Bob, you wouldn't dare. Anyone else? It better be quick, because these guys are ready.
It's going to be quick. Real quick, the one comment or the subject earlier about flooding having to do with something about Miranda Bay area, and it's the county thing and the city thing. I'm thinking people wouldn't know if they're getting flooded in the city. They're going to come to the city and say, I got a problem. If the county's not doing their job on Miranda Bay anyway, which is going to be a thorn in the side of most everybody who lives here, somebody here better go tell them they got to fix the flooding. Now, we didn't vote for the whole thing is most people don't want Miranda Bay built. That's where you're going to get into problem, and now they're already having a flooding issue. That's why you don't want to look at the annexation thing. I'm telling you, get these big projects, things are holes, black holes. So the whole thing, it just rubbed wrong where these people didn't know. They have no answers for 2 years. They got flooding issues. They live in our city. They need some help. Somebody needs to go choose them over there in the county. They voted to do it. They got to fix it, and they should have never let it get bad. That's just, they've already got a problem, so I don't want to have anything to deal with it. It's already an issue. It's going to be issues because it's not going to be done right. It's too big in the wrong spot in a flood zone, and everything's going to be bad. So don't annex it, but somebody better tell them to fix their problems because it's affecting the people. They've waited for reports for 2 years, I hear. So nobody over there is doing their job. So somebody needs to get on the county. Now, we can get on the county, or they can, because we live in the county, but somebody needs to help us.
Okay, thank you, and I'll respond to that very quickly. I live on Palm Drive. I know the whole area, and I had Commissioner Hansen out there in the water with me. So he's very much aware of what's going on, and he also looked at the videos and the other things that's happening. It is in the county. Commissioner Hansen is very concerned about it because he voted against it. It's going to come. So, I mean, it is what it is. But there are some things that they can do in order to correct it. So, we don't have to get into a lot of detail, but they're aware of it. And Commissioner Hansen is the only one that actually always comes out to see what's going on in that area. So we'll get it.
I just wanted to point out, Al got with me on break, and he sent multiple emails to engineer and code and a bunch of stuff, because you have a few issues there. There was multiple subjects wrapped in one, but there's some compliance questions, and then there's some data questions. But he sent 2 or 3 emails before he left here, and they're going to be replying back to myself, and we're going to copy these folks here too.
We appreciate that, but that it has been brought to numerous people's attentions what's going on. So, but yeah, we're very much aware. So there were several people here tonight that actually lived there.
I think point one.
Change your mind? Didn't want to get shot. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Those are the lights that.
Oh, the ones that were out? Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh.
That's weird. Oh, from a blonde.
I didn't realize that much. I think the guy at the 7-Eleven.